broken baker, where crimes are baked in every show. Mysteries rise and truth unfolding. Ready, set, it's time to go. We say it's time to go. Whistling clues, battering news, mixing stories, solving the lies. In this kitchen, secrets are broken, with a spark in our eyes. In the broken baker's kitchen, the secrets crumble like sunrise. We'll sift through clues to find the rules, with a spark in our eyes. The broken arrives. Broken arrives. Welcome to the broken baker. Get ready. Let's go.
I'm Jimmy. How y'all doing?
The most important people in this case that everybody seems to have forgotten in this room is the jury. So we're going to take a 15-minute break and both sides take a pregnant pause and think about the jury.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whoever you are, what if any you might be. I remembered my intro today. Hey, Skybell and Mr. Brett, Helen from Holland, and the grumpy granny, Jen, who is only lurking, Ben McLean, new to chat, lurking while on errands, had to check out the handsome Danish man. Oh my, oh.
Giggity, giggity, giggity.
Hi, Lene. Booper. And Pixie is up late. Janine. Spiced rum, chocolate ice cream, and broken baker. What more could an old lady want? Exactly. That's what you need. Hey, Amber. And my court reporter, Legally Blonde. And Esprit Flick. Carla is here. Joyful. Texas brand. Am I blushing? No. No. Someone called me beautiful. Hey, Panilla. Look what I made yesterday. Do you Swedes have Chinese kid-sized hands? It was nearly impossible for a real man to fiddle all those screws in place. I don't know what's wrong with you Swedes. Hey, Anya. And Sue. Hola, Anthony. And I'm not a part-time Viking. I'm a full-time Viking. A part-time Viking would be someone like Dave who only comes to Scandinavia twice a year. Another day, another krona. Well, I found out yesterday I had been clipped in some what do law tubers make? And apparently I make $1 every time I go live. That's not... Why did my camera crap? That's not a lot. I should go live. Instead of going live once every day, I should just, every 5 minutes, just stop the stream, start a new stream. It's always 11 p.m. here, but probably a bit early for you, Pernilla. Pernilla is Swedish. They have a normal level, which would be like 0.1 BCA. That's where a Swede starts their day. Then they have a let's get out of bed level. That's like a 0.3, 0.5. And then it just ups. Swedes, I don't know why. It's just facts. I need the white baker despises the Swedes. Well, I don't despise the Swedes. I am just living in a country they have attacked more than any other nation have attacked anyone else. We only did retaliatory attacks on Swedes. Swedes has always attacked us because they are inferior. They won the last war. But so I don't despise Swedes. I just know they are waiting and they're going to come try again. Hey, Grey Witch. And Taran. Kim, also up late. Will it be over today? Well, yeah, let's get back. We love the Swedes. You must live on Sjælland because they're partly Swedish over there. My brother and sister-in-law lives there. I call her a Swede too because it's so close to Sweden. Kind of rubs off on them. Hey, Watcher. No. They know they're inferior to us. European Football Championships, 1, Sweden, 0, not Hey, Peter A. I told you. Sjællænder halvsvenske. This guy, yeah, he's something else. So you could be from Sjælland. Well, yeah, let's get back to it. Hey, Olienka. Well, we spent 2 days putting way too much stuff into evidence, and it took forever. It was really boring. The only good thing is Legally Blonde was in the court. She found out that Cop Daddy didn't smell like hot dog water, and he is now aware that he has a lot of thirsty women online looking for him. But yesterday, the state rested. We had normal motion. Well, they didn't prove anything, and the judge said, yeah, in the light most favorable to the state, I have to continue. And then he said something to me that kind of alluded to the only witness he might bring would be Toby himself. It didn't sound like he had anyone else, and he would have to talk to his client if he would take the stand. And I've been wrong about this before, like so many other things in my life. But he has the kind of personality I could see say, just let me at them. Let me at them, boss. I'll talk my way out of this one. Hopefully he will. But other than that, I think we could be going straight into closing today. Which deliberation time? Let's poll. I think we asked yesterday. Will he testify? I can't spell. Testify. That's such a weird word. But it didn't seem like he had anything else going for him. So, and again, who could? There was no one in the house. They haven't really alluded to other than someone could have been there. So the only one who can kind of do something is him. Poodle? Bum, 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 bum. I don't know. Well, Greywitch, again today I have been instructed to say Jamie is working. So Jamie will be here as soon as her work permits it. Hey, Adelaide. Good morning, Ralphie. Yeah, I hope everyone. Well, I was on with the expert this morning, and it seemed like everyone in our haven't seen anything from Brandy yet. So I'm a little worried, but Little D was fine. Shizzy was fine. So I hope everyone else is. Everyone is fine. Sorry. Oh, there's Boss Man. Good morning, everyone. We'll be there soon, hopefully. Need to finish some things, and absolutely not sleeping at all. Hey, Silver Fox. It would be very entertaining if he took the stand, because I think he would be bawling his eyes out, and then he will switch. He seems like, and the way that cousin described him, he seems like one of those people who just constantly mood swings, and I think it'll be good for TV, but it won't be good for his case. Hey, Jenny is here. Yeah. Audio from, yeah. If the skeptic juror is an alternate, it'll take even less time. Yeah. I don't think, I know some people were talking about yesterday with the lack of DNA evidence and stuff like that, but there's so much there. So yeah. Jamie clearly sleeping with her typing work. Thank you, learned hand knits. I'm glad someone else other than me. You know, Jamie, previously we used to hear birds when she was on. We don't hear them anymore because, like Cinderella, she has taught them how to type for her. So she's just, that's why she's not on camera. She's just sleeping in her chair. Let's go, Brandon. Thought you were going to go the other way with that one. Which one? I'm a little behind. Yeah, Brandy probably had a rough night. Jackie is fine where she lives at, with a lot of water damage in our area. Yeah, that's what I saw. Flash floods up to 7 feet somewhere. So, and we do have court video. Oh, thank you so much, Taryn. That's good to hear. Hey, Holly Mac. How are we? See, Jamie, I don't know where the rumor is that you're always sleeping, but there's other people have heard it. Yes, the state rested yesterday, and it sounded like they didn't have anyone to bring for the defense. Hey, Colorado Mountain Girl, happy Friday to you as well. Okay, thank you, Silver Fox. Yeah, that would have been. When do you sleep? Because last night I was sleeping. Hey, Mark, how are you doing? Yeah, it could be cool. Okay. Everyone else but me have seen Brandy is fine and dandy. It's just me who has been here worrying my little mind all morning, but you have to take care of your small ducklings. Yeah, but again, that's not a strong evidence because you could have cut yourself and it bled in there. But again, juries will latch on to something where you're thinking, why? 10 to 20 feet in some places. Oh, I saw some news report this morning that said it had been up to 7 feet outside of some buildings. You could see the watermark, and they had the sandbags in front of the door like 2 feet high, and you could just see the watermark was 7 or 8 times higher than that. Yeah, probably didn't work that well. The last hurricane went up to Ohio. They lost power for 10 days in some areas. Oh. Maybe I shouldn't move to the US when I become a millionaire. 10 feet of water in her house. Oh my God. Hey, Celestial. This one moron was just live streaming from his roof on TikTok instead of asking for a rescue. Hey. You know how it is.
Oh my gosh, you guys. There's a class called Basic Grifting. Should we all learn how to be grifters together?
It's always about the grift. But Jessica Thomas, we don't know yet, but what I heard from him yesterday, it sounded like he just needed to talk to his client, and that's it. So I don't think anything. And we will get the boon. Remember this afternoon at 2 p.m. Eastern, Miss Sarah Boone will be back in court for, I think it's the final pretrial hearing, at least what I have on my schedule, because it was delayed yesterday. So we will cover that if we are on verdict watch. If we are not on verdict watch, we will go live and cover that. We are not watching Boone because Boone will be at 2 p.m. So we have a little time to run. I don't think this will take to 2 p.m. today. Yeah, flooding is. I remember when I was in Memphis, we were driving down from Illinois, and I thought it was so weird that those power station or those I don't know what you call them, power substations, they were placed on elevated mounts, and I said that's weird. Why do you have them off the ground like that? But that was before I knew how much it could flood down there. He had nothing to begin with and have even less now. So, and again, we have to remember he's doing his job. It's not his fault that his client is this bad. He has to give him the best possible defense, even if he has nothing. So he's just doing his job, and we have to commend him for doing that, because defense attorneys have the worst job because they're always defending bad people. Well, not always, but mostly always defending bad people, and it's a part of the justice system. They need defending too. Sheriff of Emergency Tell resident. Yeah, I heard that. That was in Danish media. Or the insurance market is F still. I don't even think the NFP is writing flood at meaningful levels.
And Mr. Burris, Mr. Hahn, and Detective Fortner are present on behalf of the state of Ohio, and Mr. Madden appears with counsel, Mr. Wilder.
Oh, they don't have audio on today.
Before we bring the jury in the room, is there anything that the state would like to put on the record?
Good morning, Your Honor, and hopefully, so thank you.
Anything on behalf of the defense at this time?
Yes, Judge. This morning, we had a couple witnesses who were going to testify. One of them is Mr. Madden's brother, Tim, who's in the courtroom today. I plan to call him, but it's my understanding that my client does not want that done, so I want to put that on the record.
Very
He does
well.
not want that to occur.
All right, very well.
Oh, so he
Anything
has
else you'd like to put on
witnesses.
the record today?
We also had a neighbor, Tamara Dewar. She was here Monday and Thursday. I thought she was going to be back here today to testify. She does not appear to be here at this point. However, given some of the testimony by other neighbors and the reason she was going to be called, I think we have got into evidence. So I'm not requesting that her appearance be found at this time.
All right. We will be letting the state of Ohio rest, and would you like to present the case after the state has rested?
Your Honor, with those things that I just mentioned, the only other potential witness would have been Mr. Madden himself. So I don't know if this is the time to discuss that or not, because his decision whether to testify or not. So given that he doesn't want his brother and there's no other witnesses ready and available, Mr. Madden is the only remaining one. So I think we need that colloquy now.
Oh, so he wanted to call his brother, and he didn't want his brother called. And he wanted to call neighbors, and one of them was there yesterday but didn't show up today, but he believed that the evidence has been put in. And now they're going to have the colloquy about if Mr. Madden is going to testify. Down, girl.
Mr. Madden, you do have the right to testify in this trial. It is your constitutional right. Do you wish to exercise that right today? All right, then we will let the state rest its case, and we will be prepared for closing arguments. Let's go ahead and take a seat, because I think we're going to have some other business.
No defense case. No defense case.
Process. Okay, so we'll be ready for
Straight
closing arguments.
into closing
And,
arguments.
We talked about our jury instructions. I did see that you filed a proposed jury instruction. Mr. Wilder, I have reviewed your motion. Is there anything else you'd like to put on the record in support of your request?
No, Judge, everything I would say right now is contained within my motion. It's filed as record, so I can stand on the motion and incorporate those arguments in paper as if stated here this morning. So I will stand on my motion.
And does the state wish to respond to the request for the jury instruction?
So, Your Honor, voluntary manslaughter, I read as being defined as no person while under the influence of sudden passion or in a sudden fit of rage.
And what they're doing now, they are trying to put in manslaughter as a lesser included from the defense. They know he knows he's going to be found guilty. So now they want to put in manslaughter in hopes that the jury will say, put it down. I should have looked up how much you get for this sentence.
Either of which is brought on by serious provocation occasioned by the victim that is reasonably sufficient to incite the person into using deadly force shall knowingly cause the death
Pixie, you get to hang out with us. That's exciting.
of another or the unlawful termination of another's pregnancy. Obviously, that part doesn't apply. Well, I certainly will probably.
Yeah, I was kind of banking on it. I thought that it would be like Bradley Yawn. It would give me a lot of sound bites. Yeah, well, remember, this is his sixth defense lawyer. And whatever we think about him, he has done what he could. Again, you can't make cake if you start with crap.
There'll probably be some arguments that.
Taryn, we will cover Boom today. No matter if we're on verdict watch, we will come back to a verdict if one comes in. But I think we could have a verdict before lunch.
Stabbing somebody 55 times certainly seems to be a sudden fit of rage or sudden passion. I do not believe that there's any evidence that would suggest, or any evidence that we heard from this witness stand that says that was brought on by the victim of Rachelle Brewsaugh. So at this point,
I'm going to sue him.
I would object to the instruction.
Okay, well, the court has reviewed the statute as well as State versus Amison, which is a 12th District Court of Appeals case 2021, Ohio 1537. And in that case, the trial court declined to give an instruction on voluntary manslaughter in a murder case, and the 12th District Court of Appeals upheld the trial court's decision. The court referenced State versus Gray, also out of the 12th District, 2011, Ohio 666, in its decision, and indicated that for provocation to be sufficient, it must be sufficient to arouse the passions of an ordinary person beyond the power of his or her control. And I quote from the Gray case that was referenced in Amison: if insufficient evidence of provocation is presented so that no reasonable jury would decide that an actor was reasonably provoked by the victim, the trial judge must, as a matter of law, refuse to give a voluntary manslaughter instruction. And the court has carefully reviewed the evidence that the defendant believes was proffered that would support the instruction. However, in this court's mind, the court does not believe there is sufficient evidence for it to give the voluntary manslaughter instruction. So it is respectfully going to deny that request. Anything else with the jury?
He's on 2 counts of unaliving and 2 counts of felony assault. I don't get why that. Well, it's 2 counts of each. That sounds weird.
Instructions that we have gone over that the court proposed previously.
I think all of them are standard issued, ask for a new copy of what it is. It's also going to be ready.
Okay. Any other requests or additions, Mr. Wilder?
Other than what we requested, I understand the court's ruling. I didn't have any other issue with the instructions as given to me.
Okay. All right. I'm going to use the same copy that I gave to you, but we will be printing them out for the jurors. If we make corrections during the course of that, I'll print up a new copy and make sure everybody has those before they go back to the
I do. Your Honor, when I read through the draft, I
Yes.
think the pronouns were wrong. In
Okay,
some of the parts,
okay.
I think it said her, it should say him.
Okay, I will hopefully catch those as I
Okay.
read them and make the changes for the final copy that I'll provide to you and before it goes back to the
Thank you.
jury.
Judge, if I
Yes,
may,
sir.
I did note that Mr. Madden's decision.
Oh, because it involves a
Correct,
weapon.
not testify
Okay, thank you.
as to the length
Yeah, I said that the first
and
day. I
not
should
testify
remember my own
to
stuff.
the instruction.
That is.
Oh, because we had it in there.
She won't mention voluntary manslaughter was what I gathered from it. Marissa, grow up.
It
Yes,
says
you
the
would.
defendant
Yes,
does
sir.
testify, so obviously there needs to be language about him not testifying and accept the standard language.
Yes, sir.
Use that evidence, so.
Thank you for that.
Your Honor,
if I could just add one more thing, I've asked him multiple times to subpoena some information that would show how this all started, and he's refused over a period of months. He's told me to my face that he's not going to subpoena the information, and that if I try, he said later on, you're just going to have to file an appeal. But I'm not, for the same reason that the neighbor that was next door to us, the mayor, the one who robbed the bank, there was on record, that she was saying that me and Rachelle both were great neighbors, and I don't look like somebody that would be a murderer. And, she was happy to have us. And she let me use the phone all these different times to call while we still were living. But he thought that wasn't sufficient enough evidence for the jury to hear. And I thought it was. He said, but if you try to bring that forth, I'm going to make sure that she shuts it down. Why would he have you shut that down? I don't understand, but listen, you've made a ruling. There's plenty of things that I thought that needed to come out. For example, when I asked him to ask the detective, this someone right here, when he ran down the hallway after I was beat up on March the 27th and taken down 2 hallways, dragged out of my shoes down to the bottom of the basement inside a cell. You can hear me screaming out. Why did he leave this courtroom and run down 2 hallways? Why did he come up to my face? What did he say to me? What? He goes, I don't. And then, when I said, hey, ask him if he knows Rachelle's niece who works at the front desk at the Hamilton Police Department in the same building that he works at. I just asked him if he know how well.
So, Cop Daddy, all you ladies, is a bad boy. It's his fault now. Because when he was evicted from court the last time, Cop Daddy ran after them and said something to him. And he knew Rochelle's niece. His lawyer is working against him. I'm changing my vote. This guy is innocent. And all y'all ladies, Moist o'clock is over. He's a bad boy. I do, Brandon. I believe him now.
He refused to do that. So there's so many things that I thought that I just wanted to put on the record. And
He's not going to testify.
and that's all I have to say right now.
Is there anything else, Mr. Wilder?
Judge, I'm not going to respond to the allegations, because if I were to do that, I would be breaking attorney-client privilege, and I'm not going to do that at this point. I'm prepared to argue this case as best I can based on the limited discussion we've had about the case. Despite my many efforts and meetings with him, not having a lot of information about the situation that occurred has limited me, but I'll just leave it at that.
Well, one other thing. You know that on March the 27th, about near 9 a.m. 2024, I was brought in here in the afternoon, probably sometime. Most of the time I had hearings that were in the afternoon, 3:15, 1:45, times that my family didn't even know that because times weren't being logged on the computer when I was having court. So nobody could be here. I was brought up with no other inmates. I was always and woken up out of my sleep, said, hey, you got a court date today. Having hearings without me there. But I was in the jury box and I said, hey, they wanted to have a proceeding with me while I was inside there. And I said, I protested. I said, hey, listen, I'd like to be at the desk, so that I could go on record. Because if at any time that there's been a proceeding or a hearing here, if you haven't heard my voice, then you can sure be 100% know for a fact that I wasn't there.
He's talking about how his lawyer have railroaded him and not done what he asked him to do. And now he, like Sarah Boone, he was sitting when he had a lawyer who was sitting in the jury box. This is Sarah Boone as a man. It wasn't my fault. It wasn't intentional. It's just because my lawyer effed me over. It's like Shawshank Redemption. Why are you in here? A lawyer effed me.
Being that I was not allowed to come over and sit at the desk. Listen, and I protested. I didn't want him as an attorney. You know that I didn't want him as an attorney. And I told you all that. I don't want him as an attorney. And for that.
Thank you so much, Ja, and happy Friday right back at you, buddy. Oh, it's a big Friday super chat. Thank you so much.
For that reason, he said, get him. And I had his shoes beaten off of me all the way down the hallway, down 2 hallways, down to the elevator. And this man right here gets up for some reason and comes down the hallway.
I'm going to stop you, Mr. Madden.
And ask him what he said to him.
We've talked about some of this before.
Okay.
I've got your jury is waiting, and I don't want to keep them waiting, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So if
Yes, ma'am.
if everybody's prepared to go forward, we'll go on with the closing
Yes, ma'am.
arguments, and I'll have the jury instructions modified while we're doing that and have them passed out to you before they're read to the jurors. But we will
But I
change
did
the
ask
language
for
of that.
on the record, I did ask for that preservation of that footage. Of the footage when I was beat up at the jail too. So, but none of those things, no, but here we are.
And we're going to go ahead and bring in the jurors.
Buddy, let me tell you something. The preservation of that footage where you were dragged out kicking and screaming because you couldn't handle yourself with a bit of decorum in court would not help you in this case. Even if one of the bailiff laid into you a little bit too hard and Cub Daddy ran after you and said, quiet down, you stupid MFer, it wouldn't help you. Special K, thank you also for a very, very large and very appreciated super chat. And I need a new pen. Thank you so much. I think he will be yelling out during closing arguments. Yeah, but she has removed him from court multiple times. They beat the shoes off him, guys.
Okay, thank you.
Lawyer, sir, could you go sit beside Comeback Daddy? You ladies. It's just slightly more civil. Just a slightly more civil than books. Yes. He knows it's gonna. Yeah, it's. He knows he's up a certain creek without a paddle. Yeah, he could just testify about all of it, and it'll be a hearsay, objection.
Does anyone have any violations of court's recess instructions to report? Okay. All right, we left off with the last witness being presented by the state of Ohio. How does the state of Ohio wish to proceed this morning?
Yes, Your Honor, at this point, with the admission of all the state's exhibits, the state has no other witnesses to present. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury and state rest.
Very well. And Mr. Wilder, does the defendant wish to present a case?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very well. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, you have now heard all of the witnesses and you will receive all of the evidence, exhibits into evidence, and it's time for closing arguments. So please keep in mind that the closing arguments are not evidence. They are designed to assist you, and they are the attorney's views of how they think the evidence proves or does not prove the charges. So they are designed to assist you, but they are not evidence. Now, in accordance with the rules, because the state of Ohio has the burden of proof, the prosecution will go first with its closing argument, and after they have concluded, the defense will have the opportunity to present its closing argument, and then because of that burden of proof, the prosecution has the burden to give you final words in a rebuttal closing argument. So that is how we will proceed with this portion of the trial, and whenever the state is prepared to go forward, you may do so.
Yeah. Move it.
Sure.
That's fine. We're- Do I need to go on? Thank you. Next. Morning, ladies and gentlemen.
He did that yesterday when they were the jury was let out. There was a ruling. It's just pro forma to do it in front of the jury as well. The state yesterday said, we're going to rest. And then he said, I file a motion for blah, blah, blah. All of that was done yesterday while you probably were in court. The older guy, the court clerk, he always have the kindest smile on his face. He's the happiest, friendliest guy. Oh, that's good. Well, everyone, this is going to be not that interesting. And then defense is going to be interesting. Let's, fingers crossed for some outbursts.
I go there. I'm going to read to you Toby Madden's own words. These are the words that he spoke on Monday before you entered the courtroom, before opening statements. I'm responsible for what happened to her. I didn't mean it. I'm so sorry. I love you. Please don't hate me. Can you put up State's Exhibit 181, please? This is what he's responsible for. You put up State's Exhibit 40. This is the it that he didn't mean to do.
No opening statement. I don't think closing arguments will be much more than someone else could have done it. Please don't give him the chair. It's not a DP case, so it's not going to happen.
55 times he didn't mean it.
I was crying again.
You can take that down. If you recall from my opening statement on Monday morning, I told you how every trial is like a puzzle and that you receive pieces of the puzzle throughout the week. And that's what's happened this week. And you receive those pieces of the puzzle from the exhibits that have been admitted and from the witnesses that have testified. And I want to talk about those pieces that you've received all week long. I want to help put them together for you. So we know, and I'm not going to go in the same order that they came in, but I'm going to try and put this in chronological order for you. So we know from Michaela Madden and Tanya Cook that the defendant and Rachelle were together for about 25 years, or north of 25 years. That they moved around from place to place. Michaela said they moved around from place to place, and they finally moved to 1270 Parish Avenue in the city of Hamilton, Butler County, Ohio, in the early of October 2022, and that they were renovating this home and fixing it up to live there. We also know from Michaela that they had a rocky and on-again, off-again relationship. And we know from Tanya that the defendant had been seen hitting Rachelle in the past, and that he said that he wanted to cut her head off and put it in her mom's lap. And he said it multiple times. I'm not sure that rocky is the right word for that relationship. We also know from Detective Horton that on October 10th of 2022, the defendant went to the Kroger on Route 4 in Grand Boulevard here in the city of Hamilton. And that was in the evening. And you saw the video and the still photos. He had on a gray shirt, short sleeve shirt, button down shirt, a green vest, white shorts, and Nike Kevin Durant 8 shoes, or KD8s. And that was in the late evening around, I believe it was around 8 p.m. on October 10th. The next piece.
Rona, no defense is being put on. He had a wine session about his lawyer not doing his job, and we're going straight into closing.
Pieces that you got were from the city of Hamilton utility workers. You heard from the 4 of them, specifically the 3 that went into the house. We know that there was an appointment that they had at 8 a.m. on October 11th in the morning, that they showed up on time, that Rachelle let them in, and that she sat on the couch, had a hold of their large, big dog. I believe one of them said it looked like a pit bull. All the furniture was in its place. The china cabinet was upright.
Hey, cheapskate, buy premium.
Entertainment center was upright. There weren't any chairs overturned. Nothing was overturned. And that they walked through the house and they saw a male sleeping in a chair in the adjacent room. They went into the basement. They did whatever it is they were doing, running their test on the gas line. And they determine that they can't turn on the gas because the furnace is broke or it hasn't been fixed yet. And they go back upstairs and they're leaving at about 8:25. They see the male still in the chair. I think he acknowledges a "what's up" to one of them. They tell Rachelle that they can't hook up the gas because the furnace isn't working. And that one utility worker told you that she then looks to her right to the adjacent room and gives a stare or a look to the male in the chair. And then when they left there around 8:25 in the morning, she was alive, she was well, still had a hold of her dog, everything was fine in the house. And we know from Ann Mayers, who testified, that, as she did every day, as she said, she was on her porch at around 8:45 a.m. because she watches her sister's grandson with her sister walk to school at Crawford Woods Elementary, which is right down the street. After the grandson gets around the corner and heads up to the school and out of eyesight, her sister goes inside because she said her sister wasn't feeling well. So Ann sat out there, still drinking her coffee, looking at her phone. And she tells you that sometime between 9 a.m. and 10 a.m., roughly, she doesn't remember exactly, it was 2 years ago, that she hears a scream. You all heard it. She did it for you right here in the courtroom. And she said it lasted 5 to 7 seconds, and then it came from her left. And she's at 1260 Parrish Avenue. They're at 1270 Parrish Avenue on her left. But as she said, she doesn't know. There's a lot of kids in the neighborhood. There's a lot of screaming that goes on, but she heard this one from that direction, but she didn't do anything about it. She didn't call the police. Said she went inside and she ate breakfast.
Tonya is his second cousin.
And from that time that she was out on her porch, she said there was no one else out there at 1270. She didn't see anyone. The utility workers had already left.
I'll do that when closing ends. And
then the next thing we know is
that
that Officer Katie Johnson arrives there around noon or 12:10 in response to a 911 call. She gets there. The defendant's inside giving CPR to a clearly deceased body. There's multiple stab wounds in the body. Officer Johnson saw that. She said the body was very pale and the intestines were protruding from the torso. She pulls the defendant off of Rachelle and takes him outside. At this point, he's got on a lime green shirt, shorts, and Reebok shoes. Officer Johnson told you at that time there is no signs of forced entry in that house. So when you look at the timing from when Ms. Mayers told you that she heard that scream, and by the time Officer Johnson gets there, the defendant had roughly 2 hours to be alone in that house with Rachelle. And you heard from numerous detectives about the scene and their investigation and the pieces of the puzzle that they give you. When they get there, there's no forced entry. Front door jamb is fine. The back door, it does have a dent in the door, but it's got 2 deadbolts. You saw the picture of that. That door's locked. It's secure. Rachelle's lying dead in that front room with multiple stab wounds in her body. That front room is in disarray. Furniture's overturned. You saw the cabinet on the floor right next to her. There's blood everywhere, on the walls, on the floor. It smells like rubbing alcohol, and there's 2 empty bottles of rubbing alcohol in that room near her. And then in the basement, which is completely dark, if you remember, those detectives told you there's no electricity down there. They had to light that up themselves. They find a green vest, a bloody green vest. Turns out there's the bloody gray shirt down there, which, yes, they didn't get that until about 15 days later because of the Kroger video. But they don't find any white shorts or any Nike KD8s. There's a wooden board on the ground next to Rachelle's body with 2 distinct shoe prints on it. One of which is that Reebok shoes that he was wearing when the police got there. And the other one, as Detective Horton told you, as he found on the internet, is a shoe print of a Nike KD8. There's blood in the bathroom sink and on the bathroom floor. And keep in mind, he had roughly 2 hours from the time Ann heard that scream to when the police got there. They find a Swiss Army knife in Rachelle's bag, and it appears to be wet when Detective Horton finds it. Detective Trenholm tells you when he examines it, it appears to be rinsed or washed. And it's got a deformed blade, a broken blade, that matches and similar to the tears in the fabric in the green vest and the cuts in that Planet Fitness shirt that Rachelle was wearing. And you know from Detective Horton that the defendant told him, you got to find those 3 city guys. You got to find them. There's people out to get me. There's not anybody that I know that wants to hurt Rachelle. And then Catherine Daly from BCI supplies you with these pieces. Rachelle's blood is on Toby Madden's green vest. Rachelle's blood is on Toby Madden's gray shirt. Rachelle's blood is in that bathroom sink. And Rachelle's DNA is down in the well of that Swiss Army knife. Down in a part where, as she said, you're not going to stick your finger down in there. It's not going to fit. And we know from Dr. Updegrove that Rachelle died from 55 stab wounds. They were on her arms, they were on her leg, they were on her torso, they were on her head, and one in the back. And he told you there were defensive wounds on her hands and her arms, the bruising on her hands. He also told you there was a small knife that was used. And he told you that when you look at those pictures, the darker wounds are because the blood was still pumping. Her heart was still pumping. And those lighter wounds, they came as the life was slipping away out of her. You put these pieces together.
State doesn't have to prove motive, Dave. I used to be.
Together, and I submit to you that this is what you get. You got 3 City of Hamilton utility workers that leave that house and everything is fine. Something happens at this point. It's a piece we don't have because the only 2 in that house are the defendant and Rachelle. Maybe she says something to him about the furnace. We don't know. But he goes off. And ladies and gentlemen, there's 1 stab wound in the back. And I submit to you that that's the first one. He attacks her from behind. He stabs her in the back.
I don't know. They called it a Swiss Army knife. I didn't test it. I don't know. No, they didn't. I just did what every lawyer always do when people are saying, but the state didn't prove motive. So I made a fun of you, Dave. Sorry. That was highbrow humor. I know you don't get that. No, they didn't offer any. He tried to imply that it might be because the cops had stolen 300 grams of meth from him, that the cartel or someone did it, but they didn't really dig into that.
With a Swiss Army knife, she turns and she tries to defend herself. And this is where the defensive wounds come in. And he keeps stabbing her over and over and over 55 times. And in this process, they're knocking over the furniture. She's trying to get away from him. She's trying to live. She's trying to survive. But she doesn't. And then he changes his clothes. He throws that vest and that gray shirt in a completely dark basement, hoping that no one will find it. He ditches those white shorts and those KD8 shoes. Don't know where. Can't find them. He had 2 hours to do it. Then he tries to clean up. He's putting that rubbing alcohol everywhere in that front room. Detective.
You forgot either the yeast or you put too much salt in it.
Like he told you, distinct smell. Then he goes in the bathroom and tries to clean himself up. That blood's everywhere in the sink. Her blood that he's washing off of him, washing off of his own hands, washing off of his own arms. And then he tries to clean up that knife. He tries to get her blood off of that knife. And then after he does all of that, he has the audacity to start giving her CPR when the police arrive and try to blame it on 3 City of Hamilton utility workers. And the final piece of that puzzle is what the defendant gave you here on Monday morning that I've already told you. I'm responsible for what happened to her. He said it to his daughter, sitting in the back of the courtroom. Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to have 4 counts here to consider when you go back to deliberate. And the judge is going to instruct you on the law and what some of the terms are in those counts and what they're defined as. And I'm going to give you a shorter version of that here now. Thank you. So I'm going to take these in reverse order. So I'm going to start with count 4 because I think it's a more logical way to look at these. Oh my gosh, how do I, I'm sorry, give 1 second. I think I got it.
Lawyers and tech.
Count 4, felonious assault. Knowingly cause or attempt to cause physical harm to Rachelle Brewsaugh by means of a deadly weapon, in this case a knife, and then it occurred on October 11th, 2022 in the city of Hamilton, Butler County, Ohio. The judge is going to instruct you that knowingly means a person acts knowingly regardless of their purpose when the person is aware that their conduct will probably cause a certain result or probably be of a certain nature. When you stab somebody 55 times, it's pretty clear that that conduct is probably going to have a certain results or be of a certain nature. I don't think there's any disputing that. And in this case, he used a knife. I submit to you, it's that Swiss Army knife.
Probably because it's not as easy to hear, so he just read it instead. And he's probably going to end his closing by reading it again.
And clearly, as we've stated over and over, and you've heard, this happened on October 11th, 2022 at 1270 Parish, the city of Hamilton, Butler County, Ohio. Count 3, felonious assault again, serious physical harm. I just read to you before what knowingly means. It's the same argument. Cause serious physical harm to Rachelle Brewsaugh. Ladies and gentlemen, there is nothing more serious than death. That is the worst kind of serious physical harm. And again, October 11th, 2022. Count 2, murder. Caused the death of Rachelle Brewsaugh as a proximate result of committing the offense of felonious assault. We just went through those felonious assault counts. 55 stabs. She's killed. She's laying dead in that floor in the front room of 1270 Parish. Count 1, murder. Purposely caused the death of Rachelle Brewsaugh, again on October 11th of 2022. The judge is going to tell you that a person acts purposely when it's his specific intention to cause a certain result. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no other result that can be intended from stabbing someone 55 times. There's no mistaking that. Clearly, it killed her. It hit her internal organs. It hit her liver. Here's her heart. Here's her lungs. That's a certain result. You know what you're doing. So you sat here a week and listened to all of this. You've received all the pieces of that puzzle. You put them together. It's very clear That puzzle is the defendant, Toby Madden. Find him guilty on all 4 counts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hahn. Mr. Wilder?
Good closing. Good closing that lasted 22 minutes. I like it.
The first thing I want to do is thank you. We've taken 5 days away from you. Some of you may be happy that you're away from work, but we've taken you away for 5 days to consider this case. And as we can all agree, couldn't get much more serious with allegations than what we've been here all week for. Don't think that it doesn't go unnoticed that we don't see you paying attention, listening to the witnesses. Didn't appear that anyone fell asleep. We appreciate that you did that because a serious case involves
What?
what we've been here all week for. Don't think that it doesn't go unnoticed that we don't see you paying attention, listening to the witnesses. Didn't appear that anyone fell asleep. We appreciate that you did that.
Was that a joke? You didn't fall asleep on jury duty. We saw that. Is that a joke? Dave, on a scale from 1 to Sarah Boone, how stupid is that?
Because a serious case involves serious jurors, and you were up to the task. Before I start with making my comments and arguments about the evidence, when you cause the death of someone, the state of Ohio has to determine, well, what's your level of culpability? Meaning something, was it negligent? Was it reckless? Was it intentional? Was it purpose? For example, you run a stop sign driving and you hit a pedestrian and they die. Something like that could be negligent. You're coming here to court today, you're going down the interstate 110 miles an hour.
No, but if you have so little to work with, maybe not start out with a joke that lands like me trying to do a dive out of the thingy thing in the pool.
And you hit a car and somebody dies. Well, you didn't mean for that to happen, but you were certainly probably reckless.
Hello, Saki.
You also may have a situation where you get in a car, you see somebody, and you tell yourself, I'm going to hit that person. I'm going to run them over. Then you start to get into an intentional, purposeful act. And then the top of the top, which is not here, but you decide, I know when, where somebody's going to be. I'm going to hunt them down, and I want them to die. And that gets into something much more higher than what we're here today for. My point with this is you can't just focus on the fact that someone is dead. You have to look at their level of culpability, because this level of culpability is in these elements. The judge will give you the instructions on this.
No, I think he's doing more than that. He is trying to say it could be something else than second degree. But again, when you start out baking a cake with a ton of crap, it's hard to make it anything good.
Make that determination. Toby and Rachelle, they're together 28 years. Some of you jurors may not even be 28 years old, or just a little older than that. That's how long they were together. They're together Michaela's entire life. They're both grandparents together. Their relationship, you heard from witnesses, it's up, it's down, it's hot, it's cold, it's rocky. We even heard about some physical confrontations. Not every relationship is perfect, and certainly this one was not either. You also heard evidence that Toby believed that Rachelle was cheating on him. You also know that Rachelle is trying to renovate Parish. We saw the pictures, you saw the materials, you heard from witnesses. She's trying to get what used to be apparently a drug house, people in and out. They're trying to get this together. They're trying to renovate it. And it's not something where she's doing it and she continually kicks Toby out. Toby's there almost every day. You heard evidence, you heard testimony that Toby may be involved on some level with helping this. He's there when she's trying to get the gas fixed. So I submit to you that they're both renovating this Parish Avenue. Maybe to start a different life, the new turn in the relationship, the hot and the cold, maybe now we're hitting our stride, we're back to good. Let's go to Parish and get this thing together and turn a corner.
The neighbors are happy to see them. I know Miss Myers, the bank robber, she comes in, she's Toby Strange. He's a little weird, but he's over there every day. She lets him come into her house, use her phone. She's thrilled to have Rachelle and Toby there because she told you what kind of people were coming in and out of that house. Finally, she has good neighbors. And when she says neighbors, she's referring to Toby and Rachelle. Back to the culpability. All right, so Toby is charged with 2 different types of murder. In Ohio, there's 2 different statutes. The first statute that you can be charged with murder is under Section A. In order to prove that, the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Madden purposefully did this. More specifically,
Well, technically, she is the bank robber, and she showed up in leg irons and hand irons. So, and again, OG Granny is the coolest granny ever.
Toby's specific intention was to cause the death of Rachelle. This is what he wanted. That was his specific intention. Rachelle needs to die. The second way to prove murder in Ohio, the state is charging him in a knowingly manner. It's called felony murder. And as a result of that, you have to prove the culpability. We call it the mens rea, what someone's thinking. They have to prove that he knowingly wanted it to happen. For knowingly, state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Toby was aware of his conduct will probably cause a certain result or will probably be of a certain nature. That he knows what he's doing. That she needs to die. I want her to die. I'm going to do this so she's dead. Part of count 2 involves a deadly weapon. We're going to get back to that in a second. But these, I'm assuming the Swiss Army knife, the 2-3-inch tiny Swiss Army knife, I'm assuming that's what they're alleging as the murder weapon, the one with no blood on it. We'll come back to that. So we have these 2 things. We have purpose, and we have knowing. Let's think about the evidence here. You didn't hear from Toby, but the state decided to not only play, but talk about what he said here in open court. Nothing could make an attorney more nervous than when a client starts to talk, right? This is what Mr. Madden said. The state has put this into evidence. I'm responsible for what happened to her. I didn't mean to do it. I'm so sorry. I love you. I don't want you to hate me. I don't think any witness, law enforcement, neighbor, whoever, didn't deny. Also, Toby was hysterical. He's distraught. He's crying. He can't keep it together. The detective said he was down there for 4 or 5 hours. And you didn't see the video, but he did agree with me. Mr. Madden spends almost all that time just laying on the floor. Hysterical. He's given CPR to Rachelle. State even wants you to think that he's given her CPR after she's even dead. Is there someone who purposely wants someone dead? Why would you even give CPR at the beginning if you've done it? And why would you continue? If she's dead, that's what you want. You leave them alone. You walk out. You get Rachelle's car out front and leave. You walk away. You run from the police. You don't sit there and continue to give CPR to someone who's dead if that's what you want. What's the point? We're going to get to that. What about the gas service guys? Hey, we come in 8, 9 o'clock, whatever time. Rachelle's got the big dog. We're there to do a job. Nothing seems unusual to us. Rachelle doesn't seem worried, upset, afraid. Heck, it sounds like Toby's asleep in the chair. No worry in the world. Is right there in the chair, maybe woke up and said, "What's up?" We don't hear from them gas workers there's any tension. I mean, I know they're not there to be Dr. Phil or somebody like that, but think about it. If you're a serviceman going in and out of people's houses, you see something wrong, you may walk out and think, something weird about that. You know, I'm here to do the gas, but in your mind, you would remember that. Because they certainly remember the dog, right? The big dog, 2 years, they still remember that. If they just saw something unusual, they would have told us. Here's my point with that. That Toby asleep, everything calm.
Yeah, Toby asleep, everything's calm. It's the Toby awake that's the problem.
Then, 2-3 hours later, if the state police pull up 39. It's just, you know, only one computer's connected, so that sometimes we. 2-3 hours later, here's what we got. The gas guys went in there and said nothing wrong, didn't see anything wrong. She seemed fine. He was asleep. I didn't see anything on the floor. Police come in. Here's what they see. Also, police pull up 40. And they see Rachelle there. Broken lamp. Furniture on the floor. What do they also find? Police pull up 64. Blood on the windowsill. 67, please. Blood splattered on the wall. So we go from gas worker saying, no problems. Everything seemed fine. 2 hours later, we got this. So what happened? Well, what about motive?
Apparently, he had said in his interview he slept for the first time in 2 or 3 days.
Why would he want her dead?
Yeah, I was like, please don't show more pictures of a person with 55 stab wounds in it. It's probably not going to work in favor of your client.
The state doesn't have to prove motive. They'll get up here in a minute and probably tell.
It's because it's not evidence. So he can say whatever he wants. The state can object, but most likely won't do that much of it. He wouldn't be able to say all of this and try and get it out of some witnesses. So this is the only way he could do it. Just spin a yarn during closing.
That you'll be instructed that they don't have to prove motive. It's a good thing they don't have to prove it, but guess what? What is it? Where is it? What did we hear? Why would he want to stab her? I mean, these people are together this long, and if you believe Miss Cook's story, that Toby Madden continually said he was going to cut her head off and put her head in the lap of grandma, similar to something out of The Godfather. Well, if you do, I'll just say whatever. This.
What? What?
Her head in the lap of grandma, similar to something out of The Godfather. Well, if you do, I'll just say whatever.
Just say whatever.
Why is that happening? Where's his motive to want to do that? Everything is fine, not even 2 hours before. They're working together on this house, 28 years together. They got grandkids. And remember, we go back to the mental culpability. It's not that she's dead. It's not that her death is caused. It's the mindset, right? Because in the scenario where I run a stop sign and I run someone over and kill them, that's a homicide. Someone's dead. But then when I get in my car and I go, I know where you're going to be. You're going to be at Starbucks at 9 o'clock. I'm going to hunch down, find you, run you over. Those are both homicides. Those are both scenarios where someone is dead. I've caused the death in both of those. Problem for the state is that you've charged him with the highest level, that this is what he wanted. That Toby Madden wanted her dead.
So he only friendly stabulated her 55 times. Because if he had done it 60 times, it would clearly indicate he didn't want her to survive. But because it was only 55 times, the state has a problem. He didn't want her dead. Oh.
If he's continually, again, if you believe Miss Cook, if he walks around saying, I'm going to cut her head off, put it in mom's lap. Wouldn't something have happened before 28 years? I mean, why that day? Because something happened in those few hours after those gas workers left. Something quick happened. There had to be an argument, something, because all that furniture's on the ground. Now, I am not bringing up Toby's injuries that we're going to see here in any way to try to say that he's a victim. I'm not. If the state would please pull up 82. I'm in no way trying to compare and contrast some of these, what appear to be maybe minor injuries on Toby that the police took. I'm not trying to do that in any way. It is terrible what happened to her. But does this tell us a story about something that may have happened? Because the state wants you to believe Toby, after 28 years, renovating, we're grandparents together, October 11th is the day Rachelle needs to die. Something happened. Furniture, Toby's injuries, while minor, something's going on. We know he thinks she's cheating, right? People told us that. His own daughter told us that.
Jackie, you are actually correct. Now we are going from someone else did it into he was only defending himself. Did I say he was the Sarah Boone in a male version?
They thought she was cheating. It's hard to imagine that October 11th was the day that Toby just decided Rachelle needs to be done. And I know I've harped on it twice. I'll harp on it a third time. Because don't just look at the fact that there was a death caused. You have to look at the mental element. Because the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt every element. They have to prove that her death was caused. Absolutely. They also have to prove his mindset. Did he act with purpose? Did he know what he was doing was going to cause her death? If the state could please pull up 149. I believe that the state's claiming that this is the murder weapon. I bet there's another knife, but it wasn't even analyzed. I mean, Toby, you didn't hear any evidence that he left or anybody else coming in or out, so this is the knife they got. And if this is first of all, I submit to you, this is not a deadly weapon, because I don't know if it could inflict the injuries that some of those are. You had officers there for over 9 hours, and they went there for 2 days. And this is it. This is the deadly weapon. But it doesn't have any blood on it. It was sent for analysis. Nothing there. I mean, if you're going to stab someone 55 times to the point where intestines are coming out, and it's deep enough to touch the heart. I know I started with the liver, and in the corner said, well, you get to the liver like this. But then he said something like the heart. It's a little different. State has to prove to you that he used a deadly weapon. This is what you've been provided. I submit to you that wasn't even used because there's no evidence that it was. Or DNA or what is the DNA expert talked about something being down inside this Swiss Army knife, but it wasn't blood. 55 times intestines out, and there ain't any blood on that? You got one detective who said, I went in, it was so unbearable, the smell of alcohol. Next officer said, no, I didn't smell anything at all. Did you hear any testimony that, hey, we went and got Toby from the scene, we were interviewing him, and he smelled of alcohol? Rubbing alcohol, not like liquor, booze. Who else told you that? Nobody. If you're cleaning up the crime scene, as they've claimed, where is all the evidence of this alcohol and stuff? It's not there. And you know what that also does? It proves that he didn't purposely do this, that it wasn't his specific intention. He didn't know that's the result. People who clean up crime scenes, people who leave them, do that stuff. Those are the people who want something done, and they're going to take care of it after. People who want others dead don't stick around to give CPR, and don't give it to the point where someone is dead. Ladies and gentlemen, the state of Ohio can't meet these elements.
You have to stay focused on the mental element of this. She's dead. It's horrific. It should not have happened, but it did. The element you need to focus on is the mental part of this, because they want to prove to you, and they have to prove to you, that this is what he wanted. And that's simply not the case. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilder.
Roughly 20 minutes too.
State rebuttal.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Hey, please, this honorable court. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. 55 stab wounds. 55 stab wounds. The head, the arms, the hands, chest, abdomen, liver, lungs, heart.
Well, James Bond, always leave in that 1% because juries are juries.
55 stab wounds. Ladies and gentlemen, this is personal. This is personal. And again, we heard there was some cross-examination about when they're break-in, 5 days prior. This isn't some drug company even doing this. This is a personal attack that happened. 55 stab wounds. Nobody else came in and did this. It was this defendant right there. Now, the city workers, they had nothing to do with this. It was this defendant. And I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, this defendant committed purposeful conduct and knowing conduct. And why is that? What do we learn from Catherine Daly from DCI? She told you that this defendant's clothing, the vest that we saw him wearing at Kroger, the gray shirt we saw him wearing at Kroger. What did that have on it? It had Rachelle's blood from those 55 stab wounds. Her blood is on his clothing. And what did he do with it? He hid it. He put it in the basement, in the dark basement. This isn't some accident or anything like that. If he didn't mean to do something, why is he covering it up? Why is he trying to hide his clothing? Where are the shorts? 55 stab wounds. What else does this defendant do? There's nobody else that's in this house. Nobody's coming in. Nobody's getting past Rachelle. Nobody's getting past the dog, putting his clothing on, stabbing her, and then cleaning up afterwards and hiding the clothing. That's not happening. It's this defendant's conduct. What else does this defendant do? He cleans up in the bathroom. Her blood is in the bathroom sink. If you didn't mean to do something, why are you hiding your clothing? Why are you cleaning up afterwards to make it look like it didn't happen there? Why do that? It is purposeful conduct when you stab somebody 55 times. The head, the chest, the arms, the hands. What's the phrase, death by 1,000 cuts? This defendant sure tried. 55 is a lot, ladies and gentlemen.
55 times remind me of that old Sammy Hagar classic, I Can't Unalive 55. Don't know that song, Zach. I'll look for it on Spotify.
And Rachelle's screams were so loud. 74-year-old bank robber that was next door on her front porch heard Rachelle screaming for her life.
She was the bank robber at the
Obviously,
time.
you guys are fact finders and truth seekers. You heard her testimony from this witness stand. Is it reasonable to believe that that blood-curdling scream that she heard is coming from Michaela's mother? Your reason and common sense tells you that, ladies and gentlemen. This isn't some accidental conduct by this defendant. He wanted Rachelle to die. What else did this defendant do? In his clothing, the gray vest, the gray shirt, washed up the blood. And again, the 12 of you are the fact finders and truth seekers in this case. And I'm not going to put any photos up here on the screen. But look at those stab wounds to Rachelle. Look at the cutting in the clothing of not only Rachelle, but of this defendant. Then it kind of looked like that knife that we just had up there, that Swiss Army knife. Then it kind of looked like that knife. Where did we find that knife? It wasn't laying there in the middle of the crime scene. We put it in Rachelle's purse, her book bag. If this was some accidental conduct or he didn't mean to do something, why go through all these measures, these methods, to try and hide what it is that happened, to hide the clothing, to wash up the blood, to hide the murder weapon? Why take the time to take the bloody clothing downstairs in the dark? Why? He wanted Rachelle to die on October 11th. Whatever it is that happened, was it something over, I think it was Brian Short, I believe you heard from him on Tuesday morning. He told you, I'm explaining to Rachelle what it is that's going on, what it is that happened, why we couldn't work on the gas lines. And Brian Short, from this witness stand right here, he told you, as I'm explaining this to Rachelle, he's looking right at this defendant right here, giving him the look. And you're right, Mr. Wilder is correct. I'm going to tell you, I don't have to prove what the motive is in this case. The 55 stab wounds is pretty darn personal. Something happened. "55 stab wounds. How do you not mean to do it when you have 55 stab wounds? One stab wound, maybe you could say you didn't mean to do it. Probably not, but again, maybe. But 55 to the head, the chest, the abdomen, the arms, the hands. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. That is not reasonable. It's not reasonable at all. Why give CPR? Why give chest compressions? Again, defendant is keeping up the ruse and trying to get people to believe that he's not the one hiding the clothing, washing up the blood, putting the murder weapon back in her purse. Detective Katie Johnson told you when I get there, this woman's obviously dead. The intestines are hanging out of her body. She's pale. He's trying to keep up the ruse that he had nothing to do with this. Defendant told you from his mouth, State's Exhibit 250, you'll have a chance to play it back in the jury room. He told his own daughter the daughter that him and Rachelle have together. This defendant said, I'm responsible for what happened to her. I'm responsible for what happened to her. What happened to her was 55 stab wounds. And that's what he's responsible for, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, I do want to thank each and every one of you for your time and attention. Mr. Wilder's some of the same things that he said. I've been paying attention to each and every one of you. As you're seated over there, you've been paying attention, you've been taking notes, you've been listening to the testimony. Thank you for your patience with me through some of my computer issues that I had. 55 times. Each time this defendant stabbed Rachelle, she got closer to her death. As Dr. Updergrove told you through those photographs. Each stab wound brought her closer to death. She got butchered in the home that she was renovating. And I ask that you hold this defendant responsible for killing her. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say that
okay.
State Exhibit
Jurors,
number
I'm going to ask you to
66
return to the jury.
State Exhibit 66 is a stick in here. And I also, if you look at the video of them questioning me down at the police station, if you look at it, they asked me, how did the blood get in the sink? I told them that there was blood on my face after I was doing CPR, and I told them that I went to the sink.
At this time.
Look at state number exhibit number 66. Ask for it back there and see. There's a stick right there. They won't. There's plenty of things they won't bring to you. Ask for it. Right?
You can get that. Okay, now.
Right?
Right?
Okay, so.
Right?
I know you're not commenting.
The court is not going to tolerate, let me get back on.
You're not, listen,
All right,
what
we're
you're
going
not
to
going
move
to
to
do
the
is I'm not
defendant to
going to
the
sit
upstairs
here
remote
and
location and
allow
take a
you
recess.
to.
Thank you.
This is what you did the last time went on.
No, keep the audio on. Come on. Let's ride the taser. Let's ride the taser. Let's ride the
You
taser.
come running down the hall this time? You got something to say?
Yeah. Cop Daddy, you have something to say? Gonna come running down this time?
Okay.
I was getting a little bored.
10 minutes to get situated for the defendant to appear remotely. I do have copies of the final instructions for counsel. We'll share those at this time. And the court will need to read an instruction to the jurors as to why he is not in the room. I'm going to take that straight out of the Ohio Jury Instructions Manual. And, once we are ready to go.
Well, it doesn't
upstairs,
matter. He's gonna be in there forever.
If, counsel wants to review that instruction, you're welcome to do so. It's that 2
Something to say?
OJI CR
Something to say?
4303, and if there are any, is any discussion you'd like to have about that prior to me giving it, you're welcome to.
They did bring in 66.
Okay, so we can go
But,
off the
there's a
record. Thank
stick
you.
there as well.
Is that the copy?
Yes.
No, it's just that's the part about being doing this for so long. You heard it all before, and in cases like this, yeah. Well, let's end this poll because now we have had the closing arguments. Just got home. Did he testify? Well, not officially, but he kind of did. This poll said both sides have rested. What would you vote? 99% says guilty. Let's hear his testimony. Ginger with a soul. The stick did it. Mystery solved. It was the stick. Thank you, Ginger with a soul. You explained everything. And Queen Olive has been a member for 4 months. Thank you so much. Hey, on bros. Let's just see his testimony. After the state ended their rebuttal, he didn't put on any defense.
There was blood on my face after I was doing.
Each time this defendant stabbed Rachelle, she got closer to her death. As Dr. Updergrove told you through those photographs. Each stab wound brought her closer to death. She got butchered in the home that she was renovating. and I ask that you hold this defendant responsible for killing her. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say that
Okay.
state exhibit.
Jurors, I'm
number
going to ask you to
66
return to the jury room.
State exhibit 66 is a stick in there. And I also, if you look at the video of them questioning me down at the police station, if you look at it, they asked me, how did the blood get in the sink? I told them that there was blood on my face after I was doing CPR, and I told them that I
We're
went
going
to
to
the
take a
sink.
recess at this time.
Look at state number, exhibit number 66, ask for it back there and see. There's a stick right there. They won't, there's plenty of things they won't bring to you. Ask for it. Right?
You can get there. Okay, now.
Right.
Okay, so
I know you're not commenting.
the court is not going to tolerate, let me get back on.
You're not, listen,
All right,
what
we're
you're
going
not
to
gonna
move to
do
the
is I'm not
defendant to
gonna
the
sit
upstairs
here
remote
and
location and
allow
take a
you
recess.
to.
Thank you.
This is what you did the last time went on. You wanna come run the dump hall this time? You got something to say?
I wish Cop Daddy would say, "Yeah, I'm coming. See you in a minute." Legally Blonde, did you set up an interview with Cop Daddy? I really want to talk to him now. Jeepers. We were waiting a whole week for something cray-cray after his, yeah, I did it statement. And now we have him asking Cop Daddy if he wanted to fight him. Yes, the state was just finishing the rebuttal to the closing, and then he just thought, I'll do it. Oh, I forgot the new poll. How long will the deliberation be? No, it's not a Q&A I want to do. It's a poll. Verdict watch time. Less than 2 hours. 2 to 4. 4 to 8. 8 plus. Let's see what you think. Well, he admitted he did it Monday, so yeah, he is pretty guilty. But he's not found guilty so far. It's the longest relationship I had with a Dane. Well, your mom is a Dane, Pernilla, so hopefully that lasted a little bit longer. Unless you were born very premature. But thank you for being a member for 8 months. Let's do Q&A. Not now. What outburst will we get when the verdict comes in? A big one. Yeah, and he was just sitting there and he was, nope, I'm leaving. I don't want to be on camera with this idiot. Document 66. Look at evidence number 66. There's a stick in there. We did look at 66. 66 was one of those things to slide under your door to secure it. Who was the hottest male you're giving a reach around to? No one. No one. Well, he had the right to do the opening statement and closing arguments too. Well, he didn't because he's represented by his lawyer. So he is not really. The lawyer talks for him. Yeah, he's not getting back. She said he will appear remotely. We still have the jury instructions, yes. But we have had the closing, so normally I'll always ask, how long do you think deliberation will last? How long before lunch? Lunch starts in an hour. Well, it's 10:30, so an hour and 30 minutes. I get my kicks on exhibit 66. Yeah, 1 smoke, 1 coffee, 1 Foreman. Can you just say it? I would too, because the lawyer knows that he will be on the front of Court TV and Law Tube tonight. We didn't get that far today, Volstorm. So only 66. It would have been better if it had been 69.
Giggity, giggity, giggity.
Yeah. The stick hit him in the face, so he was self-defending. Yeah, unless there's donut in the jury room, I can't see it going an hour. So Jamie won't be able to get out of bed before the stream ends. She was on with Other Daddy yesterday and was reminded how fun it is to stay at Other Daddy's house. They were staying up all night playing video games. She gave her s'mores. Said, "Oh, it's okay. You can stay up late today. You don't have anything. Oh, you're going over to Other Daddy tomorrow? Honey, it's fine. He won't mind." It's not easy to have shared custody over Jamie. Yeah, or I think he might also have been getting out of the way if anyone was going in to pacify him. Oh, I wanted him to be pacified. No, we still need a jury instruction, but he started yelling, so we took a little break. CF McCarthy has responded to lawsuit. They're fighting it big time. They can only help Karen. I don't know what this is. I know that I made those rubber duck videos for fun earlier. I am, if I find some time, I might do one of those again with the new Bukkake rubber ducking. Jen, you are only lurking, but you had to come in for this one. I need to have my Snoops see what that is. Yeah, right. You can hear me. Other Daddy maybe should be following the rules in our custody agreement. Jamie needs to be in bed by 8 or she won't be able to have her lashes ready for show the next day. I told you this repeatedly. And every time you borrow her, it's always, "Oh, I'm so tired. We had so much fun. He let me play Nintendo all night long." Jamie, Daddy's not mad. He's disappointed. Fresh blood is slippery like oil. Most stabulators get cut too. I don't want to know why you know that, Adair, but remind me never to be alone in a room with you. Jamie, where are you and why aren't you here to keep Baker from making 69 jokes that are only 69% correct and also to stop him from singing, which is just one letter away from sinning? Whew. Yes, that's why she has to mate professionally. She must not. Must soon be last day again, Jamie. She have to play hide and seek with Auntie Sarah. Yeah. Well, the rate this is going, I have to set up a stream for this afternoon's Sarah Spectacular. Couldn't they go earlier? It's Friday. I want to go to bed. I have to be up at 5 in the morning and be on with the expert. Come over, Daddy. Turn around so we can see the bald spot. Hey, Christine. How are you doing? Jamie is cringing so hard if she is listening. No. Jamie knows she was on with the Other Daddy yesterday, and she knows I know how it goes down when she's on with him. Jamie is only 2 weeks into her cycle. It's not time for new lashes yet. She gets twice a month now, I think. Yes, according to Legally Blonde, he does have a bald spot. How is the IKEA project going? Well, it's right there. I'm thinking I'm gonna move that cabinet and then turn that this way so I can better present, and then I have to move my appreciation boards, but I could probably put them on that wall. I am becoming an interior decorator. Baking your interior will be following Jamie's Beauty on a Budget show tomorrow at noon. You better clear your schedule. Detective Daddy is fine. Well, I wasn't the one who said he had a bald spot. That was Legally Blonde. You take it up with her. Well, Dallas Born, I have another one of these I needed assembled. It took me an hour to assemble this one. My big old grubby hands is too big for that. And doesn't help that they're not as dexterous. What is my IKEA project? It's a shelving unit because I had those wall things that was because the screws wasn't long enough, so it kind of sagged, and I needed more space to put all the Lego and stuff I do, and the stuff Funko Pops that people have bought for me. So I bought a shelving unit, but now when I see it side on, you wouldn't be able to see anything. And I'm probably so far away you can't see anything anyway, but I'm thinking I'm gonna put it up against the wall like this part. So I get as much showroom as possible, and then moving my appreciation boards on this wall, taking my Denmark map down.
Record in State versus Madden, the jurors are not present.
Baking your interior.
Mr. Burris, Mr. Hahn, and Detective Horton are present on behalf of the state of Ohio, and Mr. Wilder is present on behalf of Mr. Madden. For the record, Mr. Madden has been taken to another location in the building.
That's putting
He is
up
able to view these proceedings remotely and hear what is going on in the courtroom, and we are able to view him as well, but his voice will not be able to come through our system. So we will be able to proceed without further disruption. So I apologize to counsel and to those in the gallery for the disruption. And if there's nothing else from the state, we'll bring in the jurors and proceed.
I believe that's correct, Your Honor. Yes.
Mr. Wilder?
Nothing from the defense, thank you.
Okay, please bring in the jury.
Oh, the defense lawyer is so happy now. Biggest room is from the Beat Lab in Step Brothers. I don't know. I'm constantly trying to figure out to make my studio a little more presentable, but I need some light on it too. I have to figure out if doesn't IKEA, Canela, you must know this because every suite knows everything in the IKEA's catalog. Don't they have like some small LED fixtures you can put on shelving units? No, it's making me want to go to therapy. Yeah, you get some pies sometimes, Zach.
Please be seated. Are there any violations
I'll
of the court's
replay it
recess
again
instructions that anyone
later.
needs to report? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the defendant has a right to be in the courtroom at every stage of the trial unless the defendant's conduct is so disruptive that the trial cannot reasonably be conducted with the defendant's continued physical presence. The court has concluded, due to the defendant's conduct, that the trial will proceed in the defendant's absence by remote contemporaneous video as if the defendant were present. You may not consider the defendant's conduct or absence for any purpose, nor are you to consider the court's response to the conduct. The statements the defendant was making to you are not evidence. They were not made under oath or on the witness stand and may not be considered by you for any purpose. You must decide this case solely on the evidence presented. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you have heard the evidence and arguments of.
It looks like she let 4 to 5 PSI out of her face this morning. Zach, what?
Counsel, the court and the jury have separate functions. You decide the disputed facts, and the court provides the instructions of law. It is your sworn duty to accept these instructions and to apply the law as it is given to you. You are not permitted to change the law, nor apply your own idea of what the law should be. The instructions I am about to give you will be lengthy and involved. The nature of the case requires these extensive instructions of law, which will include legal concepts and definitions which may be unfamiliar to you. Please listen carefully. A criminal case begins with the filing of an indictment. The indictment informs the defendant that he has been charged with an offense. The fact that an indictment was filed may not be considered by you for any purpose. The defendant's plea of not guilty is a denial of all charges and puts in issue all of the essential elements of the offense. The defendant is presumed to be innocent until his guilt has been established beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant must be acquitted unless the state produces evidence which convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt of every essential element of the offense charged in the indictment. Reasonable doubt is present when, after you have carefully considered and compared all the evidence, you cannot say you are firmly convinced of the truth of the charge. Reasonable doubt is a doubt based on reason and common sense. Reasonable doubt is not mere possible doubt because everything relating to human affairs or depending on moral evidence is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof of such character that an ordinary person would be willing to rely and act upon it in the most important of his or her own affairs. If after a full and impartial consideration of all the evidence, you are firmly convinced of the truth of the charge, the state has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. If you are not firmly convinced of the truth of the charge, you must find the defendant not guilty. What is the evidence? Evidence is all the testimony received from the witness stand and the exhibits admitted during the trial. Evidence may be direct or circumstantial or both. Direct evidence is the testimony given by a witness who has seen or heard the facts to which he or she testifies. It also includes the exhibits admitted into evidence during the trial. Evidence may also be used to prove a fact by inference. This is referred to as circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence is the proof of facts by direct evidence from which you may reasonably infer other related or connected facts which naturally and logically follow according to the common experience of mankind. To infer or to make an inference is to reach a reasonable conclusion of fact, which you may make but are not required to make, from other facts which you find have been established by direct evidence. Whether an inference is made rests entirely with you. Direct evidence and circumstantial evidence are of equal weight. By way of example,
Good morning, sleepyhead.
Oh, you and your rumors.
I didn't start any rumors. Someone in chat said you were sleeping in all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I heard.
Sure.
You know, I would never claim anything like that.
Oh, yeah, never. Never.
Was it fun being with other dad yesterday?
It was actually
Mm-hmm.
like hanging out with Dave and Val. You know, it was fun.
Yeah. Better than being with me? Not that I compare. Me and Dave.
I plead the fifth.
But thank you for showing up. Now I can take a bio break.
example of circumstantial evidence. If the question of a fact in a given case is whether or not Johnny ate the cherry pie, testimony by a witness that he saw Johnny put the pie in his mouth and eat it would be direct evidence of such fact. However, if a witness testifies that he arrived in the kitchen only to see Johnny standing there with the empty pie tin in his hand and cherry pie on his face, that would be circumstantial evidence of the fact that Johnny ate the pie. The evidence does not include the indictment or the opening statements or closing arguments of counsel. The opening statements and closing arguments of counsel are designed to assist you. They are not evidence. Statements or answers that were stricken by the court or which you were instructed to disregard are not evidence and must be treated by you as though you never heard them. You must not speculate as to why the court sustained an objection to any question or what the answer to that question might have been. You must not draw any inference from or speculate on the truth of any suggestion included in a question that was not answered. You are the sole judges of the facts and the weight of the evidence. To weigh the evidence, you must consider the credibility, that is the believability of the witnesses. You will use the test of truthfulness, which you use in your daily lives. There are several tests of truthfulness, one of which is the bias or interest, if any, of a witness. That is, if a witness has a personal, philosophical, or financial interest in the outcome of a case, that fact can be considered in determining the weight to be given to that witness's testimony. Other tests of truthfulness, which you will consider, include the appearance of each witness upon the stand, his or her manner of testifying, the intelligence of the witness, the reasonableness of the testimony, the opportunity the witness had to see, hear, and know the things about which he or she testified, his or her accuracy of memory, frankness or lack of it, together with all the facts and circumstances surrounding the testimony. Apply these tests and assign the weight you deem proper to the testimony of each witness. You are not required to believe the testimony of any witness simply because he or she was under an oath. You may believe or disbelieve all or part of the testimony of any witness. It is your province to determine what testimony is worthy of belief and what testimony is not worthy of belief. You should not decide any issue of fact merely on the basis of the number of witnesses who testify on each side of that issue. Rather, the final test in judging evidence should be the force and the weight of the evidence, regardless of the number of witnesses on each side of an issue. The testimony of one witness, believed by you, is sufficient to prove any fact. If there are discrepancies in a witness's testimony or between any witness's testimony and the testimony of other witnesses, this does not necessarily mean that you should disbelieve the witness, as people commonly forget facts or recollect them differently after the passage of time. You are all certainly aware that two persons who are witnesses to an event may see or hear it differently. In considering a discrepancy in a witness's testimony, you should consider whether that discrepancy concerns an important fact or a trivial one. Should you in the course of your deliberations conclude that any witness has intentionally testified falsely to a material fact, you are free to disregard all of that witness's testimony on the principle that one who testifies falsely as to one material fact may also testify falsely as to other facts. You are not required, however, in all circumstances to consider such a witness unworthy of belief. You may accept as much of the testimony of that witness as you wish to believe to be true and reject only that part which you conclude is false. Generally, a witness may not express an opinion. However, one who follows a profession or special line of work may express his or her opinion because of his or her education, knowledge, and experience. Such testimony is admitted for whatever assistance it may provide to help you to arrive at a just verdict. Questions may have been asked in which an expert witness was permitted to assume that certain facts were true and to give an opinion based upon such assumption. You must determine whether the assumed facts upon which the expert based his or her opinion are true. If any assumed fact was not established, you will determine its effect upon the opinion of the expert. However, as with other witnesses, upon you alone rests the duty of deciding what weight should be given to the testimony of the expert. In determining its weight, you may take into consideration his or her skill, experience, knowledge, veracity, familiarity with the facts of this case, and the usual rules for testing credibility and determining the weight to be given to the testimony. If you find the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt all of the essential elements of any one or more of the offenses charged in the separate counts in the indictment, your verdict must be guilty as to such offense or offenses according to your findings as to the defendant. If you find the state failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any one of the essential elements of any one or more of the offenses charged in the separate counts in the indictment, your verdict must be not guilty as to such offense or offenses according to your findings as to the defendant. The charges set forth in each count in the indictment constitute a separate and distinct matter. You must consider each count and the evidence applicable to each count separately, and you must state your findings as to each count uninfluenced by your verdict as to the other counts. The defendant may be found guilty or not guilty of any one or all of the offenses charged. It is not necessary that the defendant take the witness stand in his own defense. The defendant has a constitutional right not to testify, and he must not be prejudiced in any way for exercising that constitutional right. The fact that the defendant did not testify must not be discussed in your deliberations, and it must not be considered for any purpose. Now, under count 1 of the indictment, the defendant is charged with murder. And before you can find the defendant guilty of murder, you must first find beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about October the 11th of 2022 in Butler County, Ohio, the defendant purposely caused the death of Rachelle Brewsaugh. Purpose to cause the death of another is an essential element of the crime of murder. A person acts purposely when it is his or her specific intention to cause a certain result. It must be established in this case that at the time in question, there was present in the mind of the defendant a specific intention to cause the death of Rachelle Brewsaugh. Cause is an essential element of the offense of murder. Cause is an act which in a natural and continuous sequence directly produces the death and without which it would not have occurred. The defendant's responsibility is not limited to the immediate or most obvious result of the defendant's act. The defendant is also responsible for the natural and foreseeable consequences that follow in the ordinary course of events from the act. In count 1, the essential elements of the offense of murder are 1, that the defendant did, 2, purposely, 3, cause another's death, specifically that of Rachelle Brewsaugh, and 4, in Butler County, Ohio. If you find the state of Ohio proved beyond a reasonable doubt all of the essential elements of the offense of murder, your verdict must be guilty. If you find the state of Ohio failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any one of the essential elements of murder, then you must find the defendant not guilty. Under count 2 of the indictment, the defendant is charged with murder. Before you can find the defendant guilty of murder, you must first find beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about October the 11th of 2022 in Butler County, Ohio, the defendant caused the death of Rachelle Brewsaugh as a proximate result of committing the offense known as felonious assault. The court has previously defined the term of causation for you. Now, before you can find the defendant was committing the offense known as felonious assault, you must find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant on or about October the 11th of 2022 in Butler County, Ohio, knowingly caused serious physical harm to Rachelle Brewsaugh or caused or attempted to cause physical harm to Rachelle Brewsaugh by means of a deadly weapon. A person acts knowingly, regardless of purpose, when the person is aware that the person's conduct will probably cause a certain result or will probably be of a certain nature. A person has knowledge of circumstances when the person is aware that such circumstances probably exist. When knowledge of the existence of a particular fact is an element of an offense, such knowledge is established if a person subjectively believes that there is a high probability of its existence and fails to make inquiry or acts with a conscious purpose to avoid learning the fact. Because you cannot look into the mind of another, knowledge is determined from all of the facts and circumstances and evidence. You will determine from the facts and circumstances and evidence whether there existed at the time in the mind of the defendant an awareness of the probability that his conduct would result in him causing or attempting to cause physical harm to Rachelle Brewsaugh by means of a deadly weapon or causing serious physical harm to Rachelle Brewsaugh. Proof of motive is not required. The presence or absence of motive is one of the circumstances bearing upon knowledge. The concept of causation has previously been defined for you. Now, an attempt occurs when a person knowingly engages in conduct that, if successful, would result in physical harm. Physical harm means any injury, illness, or other physiological impairment, regardless of its gravity or duration. Deadly weapon means any instrument, device, or thing capable of inflicting death and designed or specifically adapted for use as a weapon or possessed, carried, or used as a weapon. A deadly weapon is an instrument, device, or thing that has 2 characteristics. The first characteristic is that it is capable of inflicting or causing death. The second characteristic is in the alternative, either the instrument, device, or thing was designed or specifically adapted for use as a weapon, such as a gun, billy club, or brass knuckles, or it was possessed, carried, or used in this case as a weapon. These are questions of fact for you to decide. Serious physical harm to persons means any of the following: any harm that carries a substantial risk of death, any physical harm that involves some permanent incapacity, whether partial or total, or that involves some temporary substantial incapacity, any physical harm that involves some permanent disfigurement or that involves some temporary serious disfigurement, any physical harm that involves acute pain of such duration as to result in substantial suffering or that involves any degree of prolonged or intractable pain. In count 2, the essential elements of the offense of murder are 1, that the defendant did, 2, caused, 3, another's death, specifically that of Rachelle Brewsaugh. 4, as a proximate result of the defendants committing 5, the offense of felonious assault, and 6, in Butler County, Ohio. If you find that the state of Ohio proved beyond a reasonable doubt all of the essential elements of the offense of murder, your verdict must be guilty. If you find that the state of Ohio failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any one of the essential elements of murder, then you must find the defendant not guilty. Under count 3 of the indictment, the defendant is charged with felonious assault. Before you can find the defendant guilty of felonious assault, you must first find beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about October the 11th of 2022 in Butler County, Ohio, the defendant knowingly caused serious physical harm to Rachelle Brewsaugh. The court previously defined all terms necessary for you to decide count 3. Those definitions apply here as well. In count 3, the essential elements of the offense of felonious assault are 1, that the defendant did, 2, knowingly, 3, cause, 4, serious physical harm to Rachelle Brewsaugh, 5, in Butler County, Ohio. If you find the state of Ohio proved beyond a reasonable doubt all of the essential elements of the offense of felonious assault in count 3, your verdict must be guilty. If you find the state of Ohio failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any one of the essential elements of felonious assault in count 3, then you must find the defendant not guilty. Under count 4 of the indictment, the defendant is charged with felonious assault. Before you can find the defendant guilty of felonious assault, you must first find beyond a reasonable doubt that on or
Yes, Laura, you missed closing, especially the closing of the rebuttal closing.
about October the 11th of 2022 in Butler County, Ohio, the defendant knowingly caused or attempted to cause physical harm to Rachelle Brewsaugh by means of a deadly weapon. The court previously defined all terms necessary for you to decide count 4. Those definitions apply here as well. In count 4, the essential elements of the offense of felonious assault are 1, that the defendant did, 2, knowingly, 3, cause or attempt to cause, 4, physical harm to Rachelle Brewsaugh by means of a deadly weapon, 5, in Butler County, Ohio. If you find the state of Ohio proved beyond a reasonable doubt all of the essential elements of the offense of felonious assault in count 4, your verdict must be guilty. If you find that the state of Ohio failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any one of the essential elements of felonious assault in count 4, then you must find the defendant not guilty. You may not discuss or consider the subject of punishment. Your duty is confined to the determination of the guilt or innocence of the defendant and to the determination of any additional findings that may be submitted to you. In the event you find the defendant guilty, the duty of determining punishment is placed by law upon the court. You must not be influenced by any consideration of bias, sympathy, or prejudice. It is your duty to carefully weigh the evidence, to decide all disputed questions of fact, to apply the instructions of the court to your findings, and to render your verdict accordingly. In fulfilling your duty, your efforts must be to arrive at a just verdict. Consider all the evidence. Make your finding with intelligence and impartiality and without bias, sympathy, or prejudice so that the state of Ohio and the defendant will feel that the case was fairly and impartially tried. If during the course of the trial the court said or did anything that you consider an indication on the court's views on the facts, you are instructed to disregard it. You will be provided with a copy of these instructions. If during your deliberations you are in doubt about a portion of the instructions, you may request clarification. The foreperson must put your question in writing, stating specifically what is requested, and that communication must be delivered to the bailiff. Your initial conduct upon entering the jury room is a matter of importance. It is not wise to express immediately a determination to insist upon a certain verdict, because if your sense of pride is aroused, you may hesitate to change your position, even if you later decide you are wrong. Consult with one another, consider each other's views, and deliberate with the objective of reaching an agreement if you can do so without disturbing your individual judgment. Each of you must decide this case for yourself, but you should do so only after a discussion and consideration of the case with your fellow jurors. Do not hesitate to change an opinion if convinced that it is wrong. However, you should not surrender honest opinions in order to be congenial or to reach a verdict solely because of the opinion of other jurors. Now, you have been permitted but not required to take notes during the trial. You will recall that I instructed you prior to distributing the notepads that the decision to take notes was a purely personal one for each juror, based upon individual habit and preference. As I said at the beginning of the trial, note-taking does not make a juror necessarily a more careful auditor of the testimony or a better observer of a witness's demeanor. Obviously, the notes of the individual jurors are not in any way to be considered verbatim records of testimony. It cannot be overemphasized that an individual juror's notes are just memory aids for that particular juror. Now, our alternate jurors, you were selected to serve in the event
Apricot.
of
That's good.
event of any misfortune to a member of the panel. It appears that everyone is well and able to continue. So fortunately, your services will not be required anymore at this point, and it will not be necessary for you to serve further. You are not to discuss this case or tell anyone how you would have voted until after this jury has returned its verdict. You will be excused when I leave the bench, and I would ask you to please leave your contact information with Mr. Halcomb in the event that one of the jurors is unable to continue, because you would be called back in and would then need
They
to
won't
serve.
be home to
So
pick up the
again, it is
phone
important that
back.
you not discuss this case until the jurors have rendered their verdict. On behalf of the public and the parties, I wish to express my appreciation for your services in performing this most important function. Now, the first order of business in the jury room is going to be to select a foreperson, and the court will place in your possession the exhibits and the verdict forms. The foreperson will retain possession of these materials and return them to the courtroom. The foreperson will see that your discussions are orderly and that each juror has the opportunity to discuss the case and to cast his or her vote. Otherwise, the authority of the foreperson is the same as any other juror. Until your verdict is announced in open court, you are not to disclose the status of your deliberations or the nature of your verdict to anyone else. Now, the verdict forms that I am talking about will look like this. There will be 4 of them. Each one has the case caption, and it will say, "We, the jury, being duly impaneled, find the defendant, Toby Madden," and you're instructed to check 1. Not guilty or guilty, and there's 1 for each of the offense. 1 for count 1 murder, 2 for count. The second verdict form is for the second count of murder. The third verdict form is for count 3 felonious assault, and the 4th form for count 4 felonious assault. And you'll see that there are 12 lines. In order to reach a verdict, each of you must sign in ink.
Sign in blood. Hi, Jar.
Yeah,
After you have reached a verdict and you've signed those forms in ink, you will knock on the door and let Mr. Halcomb know that you have reached a verdict, and then we will return you to the courtroom. Okay, at this time, I'd like to invite counsel to sidebar.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not there.
Hmm. Oh, yeah, he's in the somewhere where
Gentlemen,
he
at this time, you may
can
now
watch
retire
on
and begin your
video.
deliberations.
They do have nice chairs.
Yeah, I want one of those chairs.
I'm kind of jealous.
Okay, the jurors have been excused from the courtroom. If you kindly be seated, I do want to take up another issue. We have the issue of the repeat violent offender specification, and that is obviously something that if the jurors find the defendant guilty, the court will decide if that has been proven. Is there any evidence that the state wishes to introduce in the event that the court is required to make that finding?
So, Your Honor, back on January 11th of 2024, I did do a notice of intent to use a certified prior conviction as proof of the prior, I believe it's pursuant to 2941.149. So I do have one exhibit.
There's a sticker.
I do have the certified prior conviction in terms of the first case exhibit sticker.
I may have left.
We have exhibit sticker they can use.
Thank you.
I can tell you, Jamie, that Chad believes the verdict will be in less than 2 hours, 75%, 2 to 4 hours, 20%, 8+ hours, 2%,
Yeah, Judge,
4
I've
to 8
received
hours,
this in discovery and
1%.
had prior notice of it, and there's
148.
no objection to that. We would stipulate to the document.
I believe that
Thank you.
too.
So would the court like me to mark that? I think our next exhibit is 251, but I know this does not go back.
Jar says 45 minutes.
I don't know if we want to mark it as,
Maybe they have donuts.
Let's
They
mark
need
it
a
as
scoop break.
251, but we'll talk
wanna
about how
go
we
home.
should handle the exhibits because you're correct, Mr. Burris, that exhibit should not be before the jury. In fact, I'll just take possession of it at the bench and we'll make sure that it stays out of. away from you. Yes. And I will consider this if it's appropriate to do so after the jury's verdict.
yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So we do have a number of exhibits. I think we've talked about them quite a bit, but I would ask that counsel stay when we go off the record to make sure all the appropriate exhibits are going back to the jury. When you've collected them and agree that those are the appropriate exhibits, if you'd provide those to Mr. Halcomb, and then Mr. Halcomb, if you take those in for the jurors. Except in anything that would be considered a weapon. If they wish to see that, they can ask Mr. Halcomb, and if it's okay with the parties, he will take that into them, stay in there while they look at it, and instruct them not to discuss anything while he's in the room. Is that okay with everybody?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
No, Becky, we're
Anything
waiting.
else that we need to
They
take up
just went outside.
before we recess?
I don't think so, Judge.
Okay.
No, Judge, I have my card, my number in order to contact me when and if there is a verdict or a question is on the area. I would ask the deputies to keep Mr. Madden. I would like to at least talk to him before he's sent away. Other than that, I have nothing else, Judge.
All right. So we'll take, you can provide that to Mr.
There's
Halcomb
an
and just
hour
be,
to lunch.
all
Do
the
you believe
attorneys
they're going to do an hour?
ready to be available pretty readily in case there is a question or we have a verdict so that we can proceed as efficiently as possible. Okay, so we will go ahead and go off the record.
Off the record?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Why?
Because they're just going to discuss nothing. Jamie, did you see this?
Did you see it over there?
I did
Computer
see
issues.
all of
and
it, but it is something.
I want
For those of you who were just stepping in or might have been sleeping like someone on the panel, when the state was ending their closing argument rebuttal, there was a little kerfuffle in court because Mr. Madden didn't believe everything had been said. Before the jury arrived this morning, he also had stuff to say. He chose not to testify. His lawyer wanted to call his brother. He didn't want that. So there was no defense put on. But this is what happened an hour ago.
In the home that she was renovating. And I ask that you hold this defendant responsible for killing her. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say that state
Okay.
exhibit.
Jurors, I'm
number
going to ask you to
66
return to the jury.
State exhibit 66 is a stick in there. And I also, if you look at the video of them questioning me down at the police station, if you look at it, they asked me, how did the blood get in the sink? I told them that there was blood on my face after I was doing CPR.
But why? Stop doing that. Come on now. Every time.
Get in the sink. I told them that there was blood on my face after I was doing CPR, and I told them that I went to the sink.
At this time.
Look at state number exhibit number 66. Ask for it back there and see. There's a stick right there. They won't. There's plenty of things they won't bring to you. Ask for it. Right?
You can get there. Okay, now.
Right.
Okay, so
I know you're not commenting.
the court is not going to tolerate, let me get back on.
You're not, listen,
All right,
what
we're
you're
going
not
to
gonna
move to
do
the
is I'm not
defendant to
gonna
the
sit
upstairs
here
remote
and
location to
allow
take a
you to.
recess. Thank you.
This is what you did the last time when You gonna come running down the hall this time? You got something to say?
He fronted on Law Daddy.
Personally,
Check,
I like
check.
I like the first one where he kept saying that they beat the shoes off of him. I
Yeah,
was like,
they dragged the shoes off of him. Didn't beat
I
them.
thought
they dragged-
I thought they said they beat the shoes off of him.
No, but Law Daddy came running after him.
Yeah.
Jamie, you're
And
my
I was like,
interior decorator.
my God.
Do you think I should get those for my cabinet?
Lights
Yeah.
to illuminate your fun little Legos and stuff.
Yeah, it's just instead of having light bars in the back, I can just have these little sockets.
Oh, where you put them up top. Okay, that's cool. Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe even get them for both up top and down below, so it's even, Steven.
Yeah. That'd be cool.
Yeah. Don't tell Dave I listened to him. He gets all
Oh, was
uppity.
that
and
his
shit.
idea?
Yeah, he said get puck lights. We can't get puck lights in Denmark, but IKEA has someone you can just glue them to the top, so they can shine down from the top.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
and if it's all glass, then it like just goes all the way down. That's fine.
Yeah, it's a cabinet like this where it's just clear glass, and then a dark bottom too. So if it's not enough with the top, I can always put some of them on the bottom as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do that.
I know,
Jamie. Now,
Julie. Look at him being bougie over here.
yeah, I've been hanging out with you too much. I'm become a man of a certain customs.
Bougie on a budget.
Bougie on a budget. Yeah, $69. That's like $10 each. 11. I'm not going to sit here. Yes, you are. Well, no, he's not. He's going to sit in another room. Yeah. It's not bougie. It's cheap. Like I could go and do what every other streamer do and get those light strips like I have behind my thingy thing. It doesn't give any light. I just spoke with the family. Originally, they were hoping for the DP, but the DP is suspended in Ohio right now, so they are happy to settle for life. Yeah, I saw that the governor had suspended it. Would you two just get married already? No.
No one wants that.
No. That would ruin the sexual energy we have between each other.
Oh yeah, that's it's so strong, guys. Can you tell?
I can do a poll. Should I be bougie?
You should. Should I be bougie? Yes.
Well, this is going to be a little.
Is Legally Blonde still hanging around the courthouse, or you're off?
No, she is at home taking care of a kid.
Oh, gotcha.
We all can feel the intercontinental chemistry between the two of you.
Thank you. I know, man. Can't be denied.
Nope. Should I move to Michigan? I don't want to go to Michigan. It's the winters are too harsh.
He only wants to visit. He doesn't want to live here. I'm the only one that likes living here, apparently.
I like this judge as well. Well, but you get to your winters are more like Norway, and
They're really not that bad. You get so used to it. You're wearing sandals in the middle of January. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, but I do that too, but it doesn't drop that far below zero often here. Yeah, I want to go see Dave and Jamie. I've known them for almost 2 years now. Well, I met Dave multiple times, but
You can never meet. You can never have too much Dave in your life. He's a good egg.
no, because he's so short, so he doesn't take up much space in your life.
He doesn't. Oh, poor guy.
I love Michigan. I live in Iowa and travel to Michigan as much as possible.
Yeah, that's
I've
pretty.
been to Illinois, right by the border of Iowa.
You know what we don't have in Michigan? Like crazy poisonous animals and hurricanes and even tornadoes. We don't even get that crazy tornadoes around here. So it's just the winter everybody hates, which the winter's not even that bad.
Yeah, Jackie, if you started watching trials with Auntie Bev, every judge after that is a good judge. God, I would love a white Christmas. Well, then don't live on the southern hemisphere where it's summer at Christmas. It kind of ruins the fun. Yeah, or maybe have summer in June.
Well, Michigan has bears. I've never seen a bear, and I've lived here my whole life. And I go up north quite often. My grandparents live up north, and they said that the little black bears will like knock on their back door, but I never got to see it when I hung out with them.
Have you met or plan on meeting Zach? Thank God, no. I don't recognize Zach. I never read his chats. I don't acknowledge his super chats. He's been banned on this channel since he started hanging around here. No, but he lives in Texas, and I can't go to Texas because I call Irish, and I know if I get down there, she will.
She's a good egg too. You leave her alone.
Yeah, you say that, but you're the one who tried to kill her.
Good tell everybody. I just forgot she was there for a few seconds. The garage door wouldn't have done that much damage. I hope.
Directly on the border of Iowa, Wisconsin, and Illinois. How does that end up? Iowa, Wisconsin, and Illinois. Oh, so you live up here.
What did you call it? Iowa? What'd you call it? Iowa?
Iowa.
Iowa. Oh, you added a V in there. Okay.
Yeah, because there is a V in there, Jamie. Look.
No,
I'm not making it up. It's just you who can't read.
Okay, me.
Iowa.
Iowa, guys.
Yeah, I was near the Quad Cities when I was in the US the first time. Yes, Quad Cities was what they were called.
Quad Cities?
Yeah, it's on the border between Illinois and Iowa. Oh, sorry. Vengas to Texas. I lived in Michigan for 20-some grata and never saw a bear either. I love fall and winter. Fall is my favorite season. It's too wet. I would love to live a place where you don't get as much rain as we do, or cold rain. I don't mind when it's raining, but it's just it's so cold when it rains. I don't think we have bears just way up in the upper peninsula. I've seen bears in Louisiana, and our winters are 2 weeks long. Come to Cincy, we can go visit our bank robbing granny and get her story. Get her on the show. Thank God I read the comments because his pronunciation of the states is confusing. I read it as it's spelled. Like I saw bears in Canada, and moose and heaps of other animals. I like the Australian Christmas. They are so nice. Drinking sparkling wine with orange juice in the sun. I have one of those light mini glues on the inside of my handbag, which is always really large because I can't leave my house with the stuff I found absolutely necessary. I highly recommend it. Thank you,
I
Pascal.
have one of those lights mini glued on the side of my handbag. That's kind of funny.
Yeah, moose are pretty big animals. Another day of the JJ. I didn't mention the JJ at all today. Hey, Tash. Don't come to Scotland then. No, that's windy, raining, and terrible. But you live. Scotland is more northern than Denmark, I believe. Do we know when the jury was officially sent out? Yes, 16 minutes ago. I've been in Colorado for 17 years and haven't seen a bear yet. Yeah, it's going to be fun. We need a new poll. Do Baker complain too much? Yes or no? I do. That's my charm.
That's his charm, guys.
I also hardly never leave my house. You have bears in Sweden. We have wolves in Denmark.
Like full-on wolves.
It's just wolves. Like wolves.
Well, are they like wolves or are they like coyotes?
Jamie, did I say we have coyotes or did I say we have wolves?
Well, you making the wolf noise doesn't really tell me much.
I said we have wolf. I didn't say we have coyotes.
Well, I feel like you're mistaking the wolves for coyotes. I love ruffling your feathers.
I'm pretty sure I don't, because I don't even think we have coyotes in Europe. I think that's only an American animal. I don't know if you know, Jamie, but during the last ice age, that's when the sea level rose, the land bridge between Asia and America was flooded. So since then, there haven't been migration. And since then, the animals have evolved differently.
Do you have a singular wolf in?
No, we actually have. I think it's like, how many years is it ago, Mass? They spotted them. I think they had like maybe 10 years ago. They saw one or two, and everyone was like, "Yeah, that'll be fine. It's not going to do anything. Stop complaining. Oh, all the farmers are just complaining over nothing." And now they go around killing a lot of sheep because they don't have any natural enemies other than human, and we're not allowed to shoot them. So they breed like they're paid to do it. Sometimes even the moose in Sweden are so annoyed of living with the Swedes that they swim over to us too.
So you got a moose and a wolf.
No, we don't have moose anymore because they run out in front of the trains and get chopped up. They just released wolf here in Colorado, so we have bear, mountain lions, and wolves now. Oh, that's interesting. We have coyotes. You hear them in the fields at night. They yip and yap.
Yeah, we have lots of coyotes around here.
This guy needs to call Bruce Macaroni to take his case on appeal. I don't know Bruce at Macaroni. Yeah, 5 or 10 years ago, they spotted some wolves, and people were like, "Oh, that's interesting. We haven't had." I think the last wolf was killed in Denmark in 16 or 17 something. So everyone was just like, "Yeah, that'll be fine. Yeah, just big dogs." And now they kill sheep like it's no one's business. Actually, Jamie, we do have moose eye. Mooses. Because we have a national park like Yosemite and stuff like that. Up in the north, you can see the big long. You can't really see it, but the long part of Denmark over there, the peninsula. We have a national park up there, and they released them. I was at a conference up there and was out seeing them. They are massive animals.
Moose,
It's
yeah.
kind of like when I saw bisons, because I've seen cows before. We do have cows, and we have Highland cows, the Scottish one with the big fur and the long horns. And you're thinking, a bison is kind of like that. No, a bison is a tank that's just coming at you. Imagine seeing that back in the day when the plains were full of them. They must have trampled everything.
Mm-hmm. I've never
So,
seen a moose
yeah.
in real life, but they look scary.
I saw them on a farm in Illinois. You can go see them. That's not that far.
Illinois.
Illinois.
I'm gonna go to a
35-pound
moose farm.
raccoon.
35-pound raccoon.
What are raccoons? Is it a type of bear?
No. I just call them trash pandas.
Yeah, I know it's trash pandas, but what
They're
are
just like
what?
little, they're just like, I don't
Where's
know.
Valhalla? We need him on to tell us what breed it is.
I don't know what breed it is, but it's a cute little rodent. I don't know. That just eats trash and, well, they kill chickens, and because a bunch killed our chickens and ducks that we had at my parents' house. But they eat a lot of trash. They destroy things. They're very destructive.
And Pascal Pilot says, I was drunk once. I saw black bears, brown ones, and even a polar bear. Never before in Belgium did they get so many bear sightings. And me realizing the next day I seem to have used my phone a lot. Yeah,
Seeing a polar bear would scare the pants off of me.
they are also they
Because
look friendly, but I saw. I've told you that when we went to the zoo in Copenhagen, where they was being fed, and they were throwing around that horse's head. They have power. Please
Well,
don't
and
ever
they-
change Baker. You're special. Yeah, a lot of people have told me that. Then they give me a little helmet and tell me I should ride this short bus. Thank you, Watch Out Trials, for being here for 2 months. I only see groundhogs and skunks.
Skunks are so cute. I wish they didn't stink.
I hear reports about Bigfoot sightings wherever I'm camping out. I've never seen one. No, isn't that funny? It's the same whale sighting I get when I go to the beach. It's just a large rodent. Yeah, I know in Denmark we're calling a washing bear, but it's just, is it a bear or is it something different? We need the oversized squirrels. Raccoons can drown. Yeah, they're pretty meaner here, and they can get in everywhere. And Penilla, of course, it's a bear. Gotta, if you want to sell me on South Africa, don't mention all the things that want to kill me. Have you seen when those elephants get the musk? That's when they get in heat. They'll secrete, and they get vicious. Those bull elephants, they'll run through everything. They get absolutely crazy. Yeah, and people, when I go to the beach, they always yell, "Whale, get it back in the water," and start pushing me.
Oh my God, shut up. Both of you. Stop it, Katie.
I was offered a baby skunk, and my husband threatened divorce if I took it in. So you got a
Why
baby
though?
skunk.
Because you can get its stink removed, can't you?
But it's the same when Jake the Roberts had cobras with him. They remove the venom glands, but that's a natural thing. Should we do that just for our entertainment?
What?
Remove their natural parts of their body just so we can have them as pets?
Well, yeah, but I mean, what do they use the stink for anyway? They just use it for
To
predators. And if
protect
you're not,
themselves.
yeah, but they don't need to. So what do they need it for?
They're not meant to be in your house, Jamie. Stay aware. And we call raccoons half bears, so it's, yeah, we don't know, kind of know what we, yeah. I know a raccoon is a mammal, so is a bear.
Mhm.
There are wild turkeys on Staten Island in New York. They just roamed the streets. A woman had a farm and they escaped and multiplied. They are now protected on the island. I have wild turkey in my bar cabinet.
Oh, wild turkey. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I know most of them are in the reservations because people were kind of like a little bush tucker. They are pro kind of cynates. They say wolf made for life. Wow, Baker doesn't even last 30 seconds. I do on good day. We don't have possums. And why isn't it pronounced opossums as it's spelled? Oh, Jamie got quiet there.
What?
American and a weird way of spelling. I didn't realize until someone said in chat yesterday these two weren't married. It sounded for days chat saying no reason for M that it was a random person. They weren't married. I thought it was you and me, Jamie. They were in a relationship for 28 years. Yeah, it's like the people who say, "Yeah, my dog barks a lot, but he doesn't bite," and 2 seconds later it'll be in your calf. Ugh. My coworker has a skunk named Daisy. I'm perfectly fine to never pet it. But they also have a pig named Kevin Bacon.
Oh.
Tip for Jamie: never visit any place too cold, and if you should ever wake up with lots of snow with a penguin at your side, know you are safe from polar bears.
Why? Do penguins protect you from polar bears?
Jamie, where do polar bears live?
Antarctica.
Where do penguins live?
Antarctica. Well, they live lots of
Antarctica.
places, don't they?
Polar
Isn't there
bears are up
penguins?
north, penguins are down south.
What do you mean?
Yes, we do have otters. Otters are kind of mean too, but they look so cute when they're on their back and eating. We have
Oh,
I can't even remember what we have. Like
I thought
a
they did.
small animal park up near the town where my ex-wife used to come from. So we went in there to see it once. They have a lot of otters, and they're just swimming around on their back eating stuff. They're so cute, but they should be. Apparently, they're quite vicious as well. Danny, Jamie weren't there that day in school.
I thought they lived all together in the cold.
Do you know it's cold more than one place on the planet, Jamie?
Yeah. And that's where they all are.
Yeah, in Norway they keep polar bears as pets.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
That's a lie.
No, there's a
Why?
small. I don't have a map of it. There's a small island just north of, well, not just north, but north of Norway, where there's a big polar bear population, and not a lot of humans, but they have trained polar bears on that island because it's very secluded, so they kind of live together. And you can, but you have to live above a certain. Is it latitude or longitude? Fed, you have to live north where it's cold. You can't keep them down south because they have to be in a cold environment. You can't have them in your house because they're kind of sus still, but you can live with them and pet them and stuff like that. But you have to be up north where it's cold still.
Well, all right.
Yeah.
But isn't there penguins like in a hot country too? Are they in like
Yeah.
South
You can
America
find
or
penguins in
something?
Australia, and I think South Africa and South America too. But the penguins you're thinking about, not the penguins of Madagascar, but the other ones, they live at the South Pole, and polar bears live at the North Pole.
Mm.
Have the cutest
Well, at
penguins
least
in
they're
Australia.
safe. At least they're safe.
You're not allowed to live on the island Svalbard unless you have a rifle. It's illegal to not own a rifle and have it ready. Yeah. Those polar bears are absolutely vicious. I believe it's the only bear species that will hunt people for sport or food. Because normally a bear will only attack you to kill you. It won't attack you to eat you. But polar bears, they don't care. They'll kill you. So they
They
are the
trick
worst.
everyone with those Coke polar bears commercials with
Yeah,
the cute little polar bears that drink Coca-Cola. I thought they were so cute, and I always wanted to pet one. I guess not
yeah.
anymore.
It'll rip your arm off, and it'll probably take a dump down the hole after. It's a vicious animal.
Oh yeah.
Never heard of hair dye baker. I think those are bleached otter a bit on the heaviest. Mhm. Oh, because I made the joke about, or tried to make Jamie believe that you're gonna have polar bears. I bet you I could have made her believe it.
No.
The polar
I don't think
bears
it makes sense.
in Foden come into the town. Polar bears come into the town in Svalbard to rummage around for food when they're hungry. Yeah, it's kind of like trash pandas, just 200 times as big.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's the wrong one. Should have had this one instead. I just saw. Didn't I just see something? I'm pretty sure I saw the judge.
When is Sarah Boone's hearing at?
2 p.m. Eastern.
Oh, okay.
I didn't see the judge. What is happening? Jamie is online trying to buy a polar bear.
Yeah. I will tame it, guys.
Baker, if you want a good penguin story, check out your DMs. Nothing on Discord? Yeah, I do see Judgy. She's in the courtroom. Maybe she's just working, but she is in the courtroom. Zachariah is giving me. I just have to pre-read it because it's Zach. Theft of Dirk the Penguin. Reese Jones and Carrie Mules fined. 2 Welsh tourists who stole a penguin named Dirk from a theme park following a night out has each been fined $1,000 Australian dollars, which equates 637 euros, so $650 or something like that. Reese Owens, 21, and Carrie Mules, 20, admitted the theft when they appeared before Brisbane magistrates. The friends from South Wales broke into SeaWorld on Queensland's Gold Coast, swam with dolphins, and let off a fire extinguisher in a shark enclosure. Why? The pair were told the prank could have seen them end up in a morgue. Yeah, don't do anything in a shark enclosure. Jones, 21, and Mules, 20, pled guilty to trespassing and stealing and keeping a protected animal, Australia's Department of Justice said. Jones, reported to be a former Royal Marine, and Mules, reported to be a bricklayer, were in Australia on a working holiday visa when the incident took place 14th of April. They got into the animal park allegedly with an 18-year-old Australian man after attending a beach party. The 2 Welshmen admitting snatching a 7-year-old fairy penguin called Dirk from an aquarium before walking up with the flightless bird in their apartment, waking up in their apartment with the flightless birds in their apartment the following day. Oh, look at that little fella. The friend's legal representative told Southport Magistrate Court that they meant the animal no harm. They tried to care for it by feeding it and putting it in the shower when they woke up with hangovers. They later released Dirk into a canal, but were spotted by locals who called police. Dirk was later rescued and returned to SeaWorld unharmed before being
Put him in a canal because you can't take care of him, you jerks.
Before being reunited with partner Peaches.
Aww.
Had to write a letter of apology.
Yeah, they should be jailed for life. Jail for life.
Jamie is a little harsh sometimes.
Well, if you're not gonna be like, oops, sorry about that. Here's your penguin back. At least go give them back.
Yeah, don't
Stick
throw
them
them
in
in
a
the canal.
Yeah.
You don't mess with animals in Australia. Animals are more important than people there.
Mhm.
I bet. Yes, it's called Dirk.
Jeez.
Yeah, I knew it was a hangover story. Yeah, you kind of knew how it was gonna go. Oh, again, I see her. Hmm. I'm sure the penguins could have found its way back to the shoreline. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
probably
let's
not
just
the
let
swimming
them
part, but
try.
it was bred in captivity, so it's probably not. And everywhere in where there's water in Australia, there's box jellyfish, 45
Evil
different types of
sharks.
sharks that all kills you. Sea
They could
snakes, land snakes, snakes.
they could eat little Dirk up.
Yeah,
That'd be terrible.
Dirk and Peaches. Yeah, cute names. Did you know
Yeah,
penguins mate for life?
they do.
Yeah,
I've
and
heard
as
that.
Zach said earlier, I last for 30 seconds. No, I know you too well, Zach. Tiny purple octopi that is poisonous. Yeah, everything's poisonous in Australia, especially the people. Ever watched March of the Penguins? Is that Richard Allen documentary where they show the migration of the penguins? If it's that one, that's actually quite good. No, wait, they're blue. SeaWorld is the worst. Have you tried cottage cheese?
SeaWorld is terrible.
Little Dirk is Baker's new rap name. No, that was Mario.
Mhm.
Yeah, Lena says she's online to order a gag ball for him.
Aw.
They say moose are dangerous too, and they told us in Alaska not to go anywhere near them. No, that's Jamie. The state of people. Have you seen those videos where people are driving around Yosemite or somewhere and they see a bear and they think he wants cuddles? I saw a lady going out there trying to hand feed a bear.
Oh my God, stop it. Even I
And
know
she was
better,
like,
and I
"Oh,
love
look at him!"
animals.
And it started to do in the rough sound. That
Nope.
means you better start running because I'm coming.
Well,
And
good luck running from them.
yeah, they can
They're
go really
faster than
fast
you,
too.
and they can
But
climb up trees. So good luck.
so she gave it, and it kind of sat there, and she was like, "Oh, look at one," and then it just pounced at her.
Yep,
Play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
exactly.
Holly Mac, I have the same thing. If I just see them on TV, I'm petrified. I can't do anything. Question for Jamie: don't they say in the US when it's black fight back and when it's brown lay down? For women, no chance, resistance is futile. Stupid little joke for Trekkies.
I
Is
mean,
it black bears? One of
that's
them
what
you
I've
have to.
always heard.
Yeah, you
I've
have to
never
play dead.
tried it. I've never been in a situation where I've had to, but yeah, I've always heard the black bears are skittish. So if you like yell and scream, they'll run away, and then the brown bears you have to play dead.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I heard about that chimp thing yesterday on Dave's show. I don't have HBO, so I can't see it.
Yeah,
Gonna
it's
bet that
creepy.
dog. That's not a dog. Gonna bet that dog. Yeah, people are truly stupid. It's the same. Have you heard some people keep snakes in their house?
You always go back to snakes.
They are really good snakes, usually black. No, there ain't no good snakes. It's like saying there's the good way of playing Russian roulette. No, it always end in disaster, like snakes.
There are no
Because
good snakes.
snakes are even stupider than crocodiles, and crocodiles are the stupidest animal on the planet. You can think, oh, it loves me because I get to pet it on the head. Yeah, but it will kill you. If it doesn't do it, if it doesn't do it today, it'll do it tomorrow. It doesn't. I hate it. I don't understand. People are, oh man, I'm sitting here with my snake. It's such a cute one. No, it's nasty. Oh, you're more likely to be killed by a cow than a shark, but I don't go swimming with cows, so it's not a problem.
Yep. And I don't F around in that ocean. What is it? Is it like what 5% of our ocean is only ever been discovered? Like 95% of the ocean hasn't even been discovered yet. Who knows what's in there? Leave it
Yeah.
alone.
If I can prove I'm a descendant from Denmark, how hard would it be to move there? Politics here are bad for the blood pressure. Are you in the US? Wouldn't take much to move to Denmark. If you can get a job or you can pay your own way, you can just come. You don't even have to apply for a visa to get to Denmark. But you have to be fund yourself, and then if you want to have permanent residence here, either have a sponsor or have a job. It's not that hard to get here. Black snakes keep the dangerous snakes away. I don't care. Have you seen a hognose snake? It's so cute. It will kill you, Penilla. I think she has a massive death wish, and she's just, yeah, I'll find, oh, that didn't kill me. I'll find something more dangerous.
Bill likes the adrenaline rush.
Yeah. I like to tickle the white sharks under the belly. They seem really friendly then. No, Bruce. Fish is our friends. It's not food.
Fish are friends.
Black bear, no eye contact. Back away slowly. Black bear, eye contact. You said the same. One of them is brown bear and one of them black bear. I don't know which one it is.
Yeah.
But JBH, if American politics is bad for you, just remember our biggest city is the majority voted for a communist party the last time. Just and we're talking communists. We're not talking about left-wing Democrats. We're talking about, well, they don't call themselves communists anymore, but they only took out the part about you shouldn't be able to own your own stuff like 5 years ago or something like that. Great Dane signal their intention by drinking copious amount of pineapple juice. Mm-hmm. Hognose are comedians. I love them. So weird. I have so many snakes on the farm right now. It's scary. That's why you have tactical nukes in the US.
Oh my God.
Look up a skinny pig. Why would you have a skinny pig? That's less bacon.
What is a skinny pig?
It's a kind of like a guinea pig thing.
Oh, I love guinea pigs.
You love all animals.
I really do. It's just, I don't know.
Are you looking?
Oh.
Someone didn't like them at the house.
She doesn't like when I make a gasping noise for some reason.
No, it's because she knows that Oh, mommy loves something more than me now.
It looks like a little baby, like a little miniature rhino with those little whatever's on its nose, a little tough.
Yeah, it looks like it has a mustache. I don't think hognose snakes are poisonous. Then they're venomous. I don't care.
Very cute.
Got chased a short distance by a black bear once. I'm glad I'm not a penguin, as I would not have made it for life with my first husband. Just saying. Yeah. Plurality, not majority, I would think. I don't speak English, so I don't know. You can go diving with great white sharks over here if you're brave enough. Why?
No, I just
Don't
want
ask
to
Pernilla.
like.
Pernilla would say, "Oh, I'd love to."
She probably has. Don't.
Yeah,
No,
Pernilla, how
I
many
think.
times have you swam with great whites?
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think she. I feel like she's told us a shark story before.
She had a shark as a pet when she slept in the bush or something like that. She has more. You're sitting there thinking, "Oh, did you see that Steve Irwin show where he chased down alligators?" That's Pernilla when she stayed in the bush in Australia. They're cute, yeah. Jamie, Davey is at the door. Go open for him. Can't you hear the dog telling you he's outside, Jamie?
It's because I gasped. She hates when I make the gasping noise. I won't do it because she'll go crazy again.
We have been in 46 minutes, 46 seconds. So we will go to lunch today, Jamie. Thank you,
Good.
Grey Witch. I couldn't have said it better self. Yeah. We had that hairless mole rat on last Stabulate, so some would call that sweet as well. How cute. Jamie, what kind of dog do you have?
I have two like pit bull mixes. They're just street dogs that I picked up at the rescue.
Well, yeah, okay. The Communist Party was the largest party, not the party with most votes. That's correctly. It's the Social Democrats who has the power in the city so far, but it was still the largest party in the city with 25% of the votes. So I'm not sure you would love it here. Taylorship Business also had a bucket list. Well, she had a bucket and a crockpot box. I used to swim with whales, but then I moved out.
What?
Of course, she went out swimming with a great wild expedition.
Yeah, of course.
Again, I don't care if I have a scab or a wound on my body. I don't go near white sharks. I don't need to test the theory if they get aggressive when you have a wound or they just. I love those people saying, "Well, they don't really attack human. They're just curious, so they will take a probative bite." Yeah, which will rip you in half.
Yeah, they're just curious. It's a curious bite. They want to see if you're a seal. See if you're tasty.
I have a pet mix. She barks at the wind.
Yeah, they bark at like a creek on the floor. Oh my God.
Pernilla's favorite animals are sharks and reptiles. Ugh.
Of course they are. I mean, she has Yoshi.
Yeah, and he's weird too.
He's so cute. He's so cute.
No. He's a lizard, Jamie.
No, my nephews have I think it's a gecko. It's a chameleon gecko or whatever, named Mike.
It's a bearded dragon.
Yeah, she has a bearded dragon though. But I said like my nephews have a gecko. That's really fun to play with. He's cute.
All the sharks with which I swam were accidental encounters, but I'm still here. It's fascinating, scaring, and exhilarating at the same time.
I like looking at them safely from like, I want to go to like one of those big aquariums that have like sharks.
Are we chugging every hour for the word of gods? We are doing what we always do on Fridays. Now you are not on vacation anymore. We'll have one at the end of the day, Brandon. Just because you take time off and change your schedule, I don't. Jamie won't let me.
Nope.
See, that's shaming Brandon for being on vacation for 3 weeks with his lovely wife and celebrating their anniversary. I'm so mean. I learned it from Jamie. He was at the South Pacific. He might have seen both whales and sharks and
Did you?
pirates.
Pirates?
Yeah, they live in the South Pacific. I've seen Pirates of the Caribbean. The children at work think I'm so cool because I have a dragon.
Yeah.
Panilla has a bearded dragon.
I love Yoshi.
I remember when Shark. We don't have Discovery anymore.
I did love Shark Week. I always liked
Yeah.
watching it.
How about the giant kraken? Haven't seen it. I think that's a South Pacific thing as well. We don't have sharks living below sea level is exciting enough. Yeah, that's because Holland is the lowest country in the world. That's why it's called the Low Countries. How much of it is it that is dimmed up from the sea? Like 80% or something like that?
What?
Holland.
Hmm.
They had a lot of dikes to keep the sea out, or else they wouldn't be a country, because most of it is below sea level. I have
Mhm.
educated you on this before, Jamie.
Probably.
Yeah.
Retaining it, I don't know what to tell you. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't.
Yeah, I think it's Big Shark is trying to hide from you if they cancel Shark Week. I named my break Q the Kraken. My son married his friends on the top of the shark tank at the New England Aquarium in Boston. Isn't it something with sharks are really bad at surviving in captivity, or is it just great whites? No, I saw that movie Jaws 3. There was a white shark in captivity in that. It's probably one of the worst movies I've ever seen.
What was it? What movie?
Jaws 3.
Well, anything after Jaws 1, yeah.
Jaws 2 was okay. But Jaws, no, maybe it was Jaws 4, where they were in an aquarium and it got too weird. It was something by the kid
Wasn't it
of
like
the
3D
first white
too?
shark wanted to get the kids of the police. It was weird.
What's weird is when they started turning the story into like Jaws wants revenge. He's just
Yeah.
seeking of every one of that in that family to kill them. Like, okay.
Yeah, but we don't really have those. Well, we do have floods, but not that bad. We don't, because we don't get tornadoes to push the water up. And Holland is kind of hidden behind England, so you wouldn't get straight shot from the Atlantic into Holland. So it's not a big problem. Yeah, there's a lot of Jaws movies. I'm really bad.
Mhm.
I watched all 3 Jaws movies. By the way, they were awesome. Better than the Caribbean franchise. Only my opinion. Then you didn't watch Jaws 3, or you had been to Amsterdam on a coffee shop before that, because that's really a horrible movie. The story is just stupid. Shark Week was just on. It's great. Dikes do keep things from rising. Grey Witch. This is what you don't know what you when you get what you get on the Baker channel. Either it's history or it's made up animal facts.
Mhm.
Sometimes we cover trials as well.
Just sometimes.
Who are you all calling a dike? Holland. Holland is full of dikes. How long have they been deliberating? 55 minutes and 38 seconds. I actually been to and there's an island in the Mediterranean called Malta where they filmed Popeye the Sailor movie with Robbie Williams. And for some reason, they still have the movie set for the village. And they have Bruce there as well. Or the head of one of the heads of Bruce. And it's just why? It has nothing to do with anything other than there's white sharks in the Mediterranean. But why would you have it at something that has to do with Popeye the Sailor? It's just laying there. It's the head from when he was burned. And it's just the head. It's not. It was just such a random thing when we were out there to see that park. It's not that interesting. I think they made it better since I was there, but back then it wasn't that interesting. Well, the great thing about being an adult is you can just read about history now. But they don't force you to it. It's way more fun. Tried to watch Jaws a couple of years ago, but it aged like fine milk. Think the first one... Don't think about the shark part, but as a suspense movie, I think it's really good.
Yeah. It had me terrified of like pools for the longest time. Every time I'd be in a pool or any water, really, you'd start hearing that music in your head.
Dun, 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 dun,
Yeah.
dun, 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 dun.
Freak you out.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot to tell you this part about the dike system in Holland, because sometimes you have to regulate the water. So there's a little boy who has the job of having his finger in this dike all the time. It's normally hereditary, so it runs in the family that you must provide your firstborn son to stand there. And it's sexist. It's always a boy. The special effects age badly. Yeah, when he's chumming the water and it comes up, it's not the best. I like me a good-looking pirate. Thinking of buying the Jaws Lego set. Yeah, that's actually quite cool. I have my eyes on that one as well. I didn't mind the effect. It was the mayor, etc., that really wanted the beach open. It was so stupid. But it's based on a true story, actually. Back in I believe the 30s. Isn't Jaws based on... Was it in New Jersey they had what they believe was a bull shark in... Because bull sharks can swim in fresh water. Wasn't it?
Honestly, I don't know.
I
But
think
I feel like Fedorowski would know that. Where is he?
in New Jersey in a creek. Yeah, there was some, but it wasn't just one attack. There was multiple attacks near the places where kids normally would swim exactly to be safe. But bull sharks had gotten into the creeks.
Dang bull sharks.
Well, I just make up 90% of what I'm saying. I don't know anything. But yeah, I believe I actually think Jaws was based loosely on that. I know it's a book, but I think the inspiration came from, or maybe there was some shark attacks at a Jersey beach or something like that. I can't remember it, but I know there was, and I think it was in the 30s, I believe, that they had that. I can remember something about they had a bridge the kids used to jump out from, and then they got snapped. but bull sharks should be some of the worst.
They're aggressive. Now that you say that, I hate all water now.
Yeah,
I just do.
don't trust the water.
You know, I'm just gonna go in swimming pools it is for the rest of my life.
Jamie, do we actually have to break for lunch?
I mean, I gotta go make something.
Yeah. Well, you can go back and put it on so we can have it on so we can run fast in here. Oh,
Yeah, ready to
1916
go.
Jersey Shore. 1916. I was 20 years off, Jamie. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Pretty good remembrance from a 92-year-old
Good job.
story. Yeah, no more showers for Jamie.
I said showers and pools. That's fine.
Yeah, that's you're not safe anywhere. The camera keeps moving, but there's nothing happening. I think we're going to go back and put it on the opening closing statements, and then I'm going to grab a bite to eat because they've been out for an hour now.
Is your words on stream still not working?
I don't want to put words on screen on because I want to be able to just quickly push the button and go live if things happen. Bull sharks like to vacation in St. Louis. I'm not a quitter. I'm a eater. I didn't quit. I will be coming back. I didn't say I was going to turn off the stream. But they keep moving the camera, Jamie. I'm so afraid the second I go out the door, I get 25 messages. Coach bug.
Well, at least you're in your house. It's not gonna be hard to pull it back.
Well,
Just keep.
I said
keep your
that, and
iPad
now I have
close.
2 kids.
Keep your iPad on blast, so then if they make any noise, you'll hear it.
Yeah, I'm going to go back to the start of opening statements, and then we can. I'll come back and I'll just eat. It doesn't take long to eat because I'm just going to reheat some rice porridge, and
Rice porridge.
it's good. Put
What is
butter in it
that?
and cinnamon sugar. It's really good, Jamie.
Mm. Okay.
Grew up in Utah, yet still thought there might be a shark in the water in the lake. Could be. Have you ever
Yeah.
heard about Nessie? Michaela just said no verdict yet. She doesn't know what's going on in the courtroom. Gracias. When is jury lunch? We don't know stuff like that. They will just that will be taken care of behind the scenes. It's not like they're going to be called back in and said, "We're going to order your lunch," and then go back. So, and she talked about yesterday they could work through lunch. We're an hour in. Why?
Yeah, I know.
Where are we at deliberation? An hour and 3 minutes. The guy I dived with got really badly bitten by a shark. I rest my case.
Mm.
No, it's not a rice pudding. It's kind of like, but not like. It's not as sweet as rice pudding. Yeah, it's autumn weather. We need risengrød. Yeah, stick around. Hammerhead sharks unalive you with laughter with their stupid faces. Yeah, can't escape them because that's my impression of a hammerhead, Jamie. Probably the same as my impression of a bearded dragon.
Yep. Just it's all the same.
No, it's just rice cooked with milk and a bit of salt, and then you put cinnamon sugar on top of it and a dollop of butter in the middle. It's great. It's our Christmas dinner. It's going back to Jamie's favorite topic. It's what we feed the gnomes so they don't burn down our farms.
Guys, these gnomes are terrors.
Yeah.
And they give them food.
Yeah, because oil, they will kill the cattle, Jamie. I don't know
They're
why.
blackmailing you. They're
Yeah,
blackmailing you. And that's
they are
terrible.
blackmailing us.
You need to stand up to them.
No, because they're vicious. You've seen Leprechaun in the Hood. They are worse than him.
I don't know why anybody didn't just punt kick the leprechaun. He was so tiny.
Because, Jamie, they are magical. They
Oh.
will get, they'll strike your cattle with diseases. They'll burn your farm. They'll make your kids sick. Don't get me started about changelings.
Yeah, talk about it. Actually, what are they called though? They're not called gnomes. You call them what?
Nissa.
Nissa.
Yeah. That's
He has one he puts up for Christmas
yeah.
in his little decor. Where's your little Halloween decor, by the way?
It's not Halloween yet, Jamie.
Oh my gosh.
It's September, Jamie.
So?
When is it Halloween?
End of October, but Halloween season starts September 1st.
I love the food baker, though I do not want to live where the cold weather makes it good. No, but it's good. See, Penilla agrees. Never ever fool with a Nisse. And they even call
Well,
them Tomte or something like that. Yeah, Peter. We talk about the very, very important subjects of the gnomes and why it's very important to keep them happy.
why are they
Jamie doesn't care
blackmailing
about
you?
it. She's just, oh, let them burn down the farm. Jamie and I have a lot of cultural. This is why our marriage would never work. Jamie loves Satan. Jamie wants the farm to get burned down.
I just don't want you. First of all, I would stand up to those gnomes, and I would not beat cats in the town square. I mean, Satan for all, I
You can
guess.
do it
I
in
don't
a
know.
school or somewhere else. You don't have to do it on the town square.
Here's what I say is you don't know that it's really keeping Satan away.
Have you seen
You
Satan?
No, I
Okay.
haven't, and I've never beat a cat. So maybe it's you. Maybe it's you maybe you're the problem.
Jane Doe, I wouldn't do that. First of all, I hate the soaked raisins. And if I'm going to throw vanilla in, I'm going to do what I'm turning into a dessert. We also have at Christmas called riz à l'amande, which is just a porridge with cream, whipped cream in it, vanilla, sugar, and chopped up almonds. That's our Christmas dessert. Yeah. Also, so a Siberian catsuit made of cashmere. Love the idea, want one, but I would never want to live where I could wear one.
Mm.
Yeah. We need a Nissa do and don't list in the Discord. I missed your message. Ooh, don't tell me that. I missed a lot of them. Jamie's giggle tough in the earbud. Oh, that's what everyone's here for. Jamie is a monster, threatening violence against little dudes. See? In
Just not
Finland, they
wait.
have the sauna tontour as well. They're everywhere in Scandinavia.
Not all little dudes, just the guy from Leprechaun. Or not the guy from Leprechaun, but like Leprechaun, the character.
Do Danes not use the term doende? Doende. I've heard that from a few northern European countries and thought it would be more widespread. Doende. I don't know what it. I don't know what is it supposed to mean. I don't know. I had a black. What? I don't know where Jess is. I might have missed something. Jamie is correct about the start of Halloween.
See?
Yeah, it's in October.
Sammy knows. September 1st.
Y'all weird.
You guys, I just love to make fun of Baker with we have this gnome and the black cats thing.
Let me see.
But it's just a joke. I like hearing about all the little folklore of his country. It's interesting.
I hate spam callers. At least say something. Say, hello, your Windows have problem. Oh, I hate that. I'm just gonna call and not leave a message, so you'll call me back. I hate those.
Do you want him to ask you if your car insurance is, what is it?
No, to extend my car insurance,
Your
a warranty
car
on my
warranty.
car warranty.
Yes, the car warranty. I haven't got those calls in decades, I swear. I
Yeah.
miss those guys.
As a nervous guest on your channel, Jamie's laugh and participation calms the nerve, for me at least. Yeah, for me,
good.
it's Jamie's demeanor after the show puts me into a state of fear.
I like to rile Baker up.
Yeah, you should be here for Fastelavn once. See all the little kids hammer away at that barrel. You would love it.
I would be obnoxious.
For a while, if they got a missed call, they could hack your phone. Think Apple fixed it though. I had my phone number cloned, so people called me and said, "Hey, you called?" I said, "No, I don't. Who are you?" He said, "Yeah, you just called me," and hung up. I said, "No." It happened like 5 times. People called me, and then I called my provider and said, "Is something going on?" Said, "Yeah, we can't do anything. They can clone it, and we can change your number." And said, "I can't remember a new number. I've had this number for 20 years."
I know.
Yes, I got my cell phone when I was 7, Jamie.
I've had my service for like almost, like probably over 20 years, and the same phone number.
Someone changed my MFA to text a landline. Someone changed my mobile phone to text a landline. Why?
How?
No, but it's just annoying. All these, because normally they used to when they called, it was from Italy or somewhere, so oh, it's a spam caller, and now, then they started cloning Scandinavian numbers, and when they're calling from Sweden, don't pick up. But now they have Danish numbers, and you're thinking, it might be something. So you pick it up, and I love it when they're calling. This is from the Danish IRS. We don't have an IRS, and we don't use English if we call someone. We'll say, "Hi."
I was gonna say, isn't that like a telltale sign that they're speaking English to you? If it's from
Yeah,
somewhere?
you'll have to press a dial to hear English. So I assumed he was redirecting it to a cell because he just took over my Apple ID and accounts, all of it. Oh, that's so annoying. I saw someone who, was it in the newspaper somewhere, it was someone who had hacked, getting all of her stuff hacked, and she could prove, yeah, I think it was Instagram or something. She couldn't get her account back. They just kept sending her, whenever she did what they asked her to get her stuff back, they sent it to her in another apartment. Get this, get this, get this. I'm still waiting. My dad passed away 4 years ago now, 5 years almost. And we texted Apple and said, our dad passed away. Here are the papers. Can we please get access to his iPad? Oh, that was audio from court. Anything on Twitter, Jamie?
I haven't seen anything.
That was just a slight of sound. But we still haven't gotten access to my dad's iPad, iCount. What is it called? Apple account. They're moving the camera. And then you go to Apple and they say, tough love, enjoy hacker hell, just get a new bank card. Who cares if you have control of the account? Yeah. Yeah, it's hell when they're sending your social security number, etc. to the thief. Yeah, it's so annoying, and you can't do anything. It's the same with that stupid strike I have, which is against the law in America. And I talked to them and they said, yeah, we don't care. But you're breaking the law. Nah, probably not. It's we can't do anything because it's big Google. They have more money. They'll sue you faster than you can sue them.
No, I don't see anything on Twitter about it.
Oh, but there was just a second of audio and then the camera moved.
Yeah.
So
Last thing
I'm gonna
was
run
posted
out.
on
It's
Court
a minute
TV, so-
15. I'm gonna run out, heat my dinner, Jamie, and then I'll be back. I'll just put it back for some closing
All right.
arguments.
I'm gonna jump off. I will be back.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye, Jamie. Let's get started.
May I proceed? Yeah. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Back over there. I'm going to read to you Toby Madden's own words. These are the words that he spoke on Monday before you entered the courtroom, before opening statements. I'm responsible for what happened to her. I didn't mean it. I'm so sorry. I love you. Please don't hate me. Can you put up State's Exhibit 181, please? This is what he's responsible for. You put up State's Exhibit 40. This is the it that he didn't mean to do. 55 times he didn't mean it. Let me take that down. If you recall from my opening statement on Monday morning, I told you how every trial is like a puzzle and that you receive pieces of the puzzle throughout the week. And that's what's happened this week. And you receive those pieces of the puzzle from the exhibits that have been admitted and from the witnesses that have testified. And I want to talk about those pieces that you've received all week long. I want to help put them together for you. So we know, and I'm not going to go in the same order that they came in, but I'm going to try and put this in chronological order for you. So we know from Michaela Madden and Tanya Cook that the defendant and Rachelle were together for about 25 years, or north of 25 years. That they moved around from place to place. Michaela said they moved around from place to place, and they finally moved to 1270 Parish Avenue in the city of Hamilton, Butler County, Ohio, in the early of October 2022, and that they were renovating this home and fixing it up to live there. We also know from Michaela that they had a rocky and on-again, off-again relationship. And we know from Tanya that the defendant had been seen hitting Rachelle in the past, and that he said that he wanted to cut her head off and put her in her mom's lap. And he said it multiple times. I'm not sure that rocky is the right word for that relationship. We also know
That's all it took. I just needed to start heating my food, and we have a verdict. Verdict, verdict. Jamie, come back. Verdict, verdict. Jamie, come back. According to Court TV, a verdict is back. Boom, boom, boom. Can one of the mods please write it on the Discord and I'll try to put it on the Twit. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, I just turned on my iPad and someone was putting it in the chat. Oh, we have a verdict. Is it it's all y'all. Now Jamie isn't here. It's because I made the food for the Nisse. So the Nisse made it happen. But Jamie doesn't believe in Nisse, so don't tell Jamie. Boom, ba-dum, boom, boom. And I'll have to make a stream for this afternoon. Yeah, I just made it up. I should be the next Taylor Swift because I make great songs. Will Madden be in the courtroom for the verdict? She didn't talk about that, El Judso. So maybe. But we don't know. Don't I have an old Sarah Boone hearing I can reuse? Boop. What is that one? Nope. That says I was wrong. I'm never wrong. Yeah, latest hearing, that's fine. Oh, I had a poll up. What's the poll? Should I get those lights? 72 says yes. Get cheap light strips, you grifter. 21%. Thank you so much. If he's in another room, I hope they have a camera on him. Oh, that could be fun. Thank you. Yeah, we have a verdict, so it's probably going to be here within 10, 15 minutes, so they can get him back in the room and stuff like that. But Taylor Swift makes terrible. JVH, you're right. I should be a better Sarah Boone. Taylor Swift. Well, only one of them has those nice alky legs. We have movement in the court. Jamie don't want to be with us. I want to hear him yell and attack his lawyer. That's why she has so many breakup songs. Yeah. I think she's a vapid airhead as a person, but I like some of her music.
Okay, please be seated. We're back on the record in State versus Madden.
Light for the grift. Get them so we can see your pretty.
Mr. Burst
setup.
and Mr.
Clearer.
Don are present
Don't
on
hit the
behalf
light,
of the
please.
state of
Thank you,
Ohio,
Irish.
and Mr. Wilder is present on behalf of Mr. Madden. Mr. Madden is appearing remotely at another location in this building, and he is able to hear these proceedings. Okay, so I've been advised that the jury has a verdict. However, some concerns were brought to my attention during the recess that I'd like to address at this time, and I'd like to ask Sergeant Owens to please take the witness stand.
Oh, problems.
Sergeant, would you please state your name?
Sergeant Jason Owens.
And what is your occupation, sir?
I'm a sergeant with the Butler County Sheriff's Office.
And what are your present duties?
I'm the supervisor over court security.
And the sergeant, in your capacity, did you have the opportunity to go to the remote location where Mr. Madden is viewing these proceedings?
Oh, we're having a fight.
And at any point while you were present with Mr. Madden, did he make any statements that caused you concern about his return to this courtroom?
Yes, he advised his attorney that if he were not wearing restraints, that his attorney was lucky that he was currently wearing restraints, implying that he would inflict physical harm if he were not.
And did Mr. Madden advise in your presence whether he even wanted to return to this courtroom?
He advised my personnel that he did not wish to return.
That's why
Very
he's in
well.
another room.
Anything on behalf of the
Yelling.
state? Okay, Mr. Wilder, any questions that you have?
No.
Okay, thank you, Sergeant. You may step down. In light of the sergeant's testimony, I'm going to continue to have Mr. Madden participate in the proceedings outside of this courtroom.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So I understand the jury has reached a verdict, and we are waiting on the state's representative.
You should be here momentarily.
Okay. Well, we'll go off the record for just a moment.
No, he just threatened his lawyer, saying, "You're lucky I'm in restraints," indicating he wanted to fight him. Yes, that's well. To begin with, he was thrown out of court because he started yelling when closing argument was done. And apparently, while he was in the other room and his lawyer went to talk to him, he threatened him. Yeah, we all wanted that outburst. Could have waited. Yeah, but he started yelling that the juror should look at evidence number 66. There was a stick in it. That's why there was blood in the kitchen sink or the bathroom sink, because he was hit with a stick. What? And then he just kept going on and on and on, and the judge threw him out. He seems a little upset. Yeah. Who are back in that fight? The lawyer. The lawyer's just doing his job. Yeah, he seems like a nice fella. Yeah, but Madden didn't look too fit either. What a knob. Exactly.
Jurors in at this time?
Yeah, sadly no. 2 to 4 hours. No, 1.5 hours. But again, it's no less than 2 hours. One, and 72% said less than 2 hours. Yeah. Well, Madden walks like he has a bad back, so I think the lawyer had a chance. I just think that Cop Daddy went down there and said, "Yep, round 2, ding ding." That's a rocket reference for you, those of you who didn't get it. Spider pick, does whatever a spider pig does. Can he walk on the roof? I don't know. I just made it up.
Okay, please be seated. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I understand that you have reached a verdict in this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and who is our foreperson? Okay, would you please return the verdict forms to Mr. Halcombe?
I'm guessing guilty on all counts. Guilty on all counts. Doo-doo. I don't know. I never think I have a case from Ohio before. I don't know. He's an idiot.
Okay, verdict form number 1. We, the jury, being duly impaneled, find the defendant, Toby Madden, guilty of murder as charged in the indictment. The verdict form is signed in ink by all 12 jurors. Verdict form 2. We, the jury, being duly impaneled, find the defendant, Toby Madden, guilty of murder as charged in the indictment. The verdict form is signed in ink by all 12 jurors. Verdict form 3. We, the jury, being duly impaneled, find the defendant, Toby Madden, guilty of felonious assault as charged in the indictment. The verdict form is signed in ink by all 12 jurors. And finally, verdict form 4, we, the jury, being duly impaneled, find the defendant, Toby Madden, guilty of felonious assault as charged in the indictment, and the verdict form is signed in ink by all 12 jurors. Okay. Does the state of Ohio wish to have the jury polled?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
On behalf of the defendant, do you wish to have the jury polled, Mr. Wilder?
No, thank you.
Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for your attention in this matter, and I appreciate your patience with us during some of the breaks that we had to have and the concentration that you had throughout these proceedings. And on behalf of the public, I want to express my sincere appreciation for your services in performing this most important function. The judicial system, as we know it in the United States, is the finest in the world, and it is so very important in preserving the property and liberty and the rights of citizens that you are willing to agree to serve as jurors in this case.
Yes.
By your being here and participating, you are helping to
Small girl,
guarantee the continued existence of law and social order in our society. So you have my thanks. And I'd also like to thank the attorneys in this
That's
matter
the
for
normal
their
thing. I never
professionalism.
seen the thing.
I have had you under an order that you could not speak about this case. Now that you have rendered your verdict, you are permitted, I will release you from that order. You are permitted to speak with anyone that you wish to about this case. You are not required to speak to anyone, but that will be your choice alone.
I never heard that the juror signs in ink. So why pull them? They signed it.
In addition, I gave you restrictions about looking at things and investigating things. All of the orders that I gave you you're now released from those. And again, I appreciate your service very much. So you are discharged with the thanks of the court. I would ask that you return briefly to the jury room. Thank you.
Yeah, that's why it doesn't make sense to have a poll after when everyone has signed it. So
Okay, please be seated. And the jurors have been excused from the courtroom. Our next order of business is to take up the repeat violent offender specification. The court has reviewed State Exhibit 251. Is there anything else that the state of Ohio would like to put on the record with regards to that?
I think I put on the record, I did file notice of intent to use certified conviction as proof of the prior conviction. That was filed on January 11th, 2024. It is a felonious assault conviction, aggravated assault, which I don't think that part counts. It is the felonious assault is the count for, it's in CR 88030207. So I would ask the court to find Toby Madden to be a repeat violent offender.
Any argument on that, Mr. Wilder?
No, Judge. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right, the court has carefully reviewed the exhibit and is going to find Mr. Madden guilty of that specification and will find that he is a repeat violent offender. Okay, the next thing that I need to ask is everyone to prepare to go forward with sentencing this afternoon.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Yes, Judge.
Okay. All right, before we proceed to that, the conviction will require that Mr. Madden enroll as a violent offender pursuant to Ohio Revised Code 2903.41. And of course, we can continue that hearing. The basis for rebutting that the presumption that the court placed him on that registration would be that he is not the principal offender. I haven't heard any testimony that would suggest that that would be necessary. Mr. Wilder, do you oppose going forward today?
I would agree with that. No opposition to going forward. Thank you.
All right. So I'm going to give Mr. Madden some advisements, and there will be a form that I'll ask the deputies to have him sign and so that he can have a copy of it when we've concluded our hearing. Sir, you have been convicted of or pleaded guilty to a qualifying violent offender offense as defined in Ohio Revised Code Section 2903.41. If you are not sentenced to a prison term, you are required to enroll in the violent offender database personally with the sheriff of the county in which you reside 10 days after being sentenced. If you were sentenced to a prison term, you must enroll in the database personally with the sheriff of the county in which you reside 10 days after release from jail. If you are an out-of-state offender, you must enroll in the database personally with the sheriff of the county in which you reside or occupy a dwelling within 10 days of either one, residing or occupying in a dwelling in Ohio for more than 3 consecutive days, or 2, residing in or occupying a dwelling in Ohio for an aggregate period in a calendar year of 14 or more days. You are required to provide to the sheriff certain information, including your full name and alias you use, your residence address, your social security number, any driver's license number or commercial driver's license number or state identification card number issued to you, information regarding the offense of which you were convicted or pleaded guilty, the name and address of any place where you are employed, the name and address of any school or institution of higher education you attend, the license plate number of each vehicle owned or operated by you or registered in your name, the vehicle identification number of each vehicle, and a description of each vehicle, a description of any scars, tattoos, or other distinguishing marks on your person. You are required to provide the sheriff fingerprints and palm prints. The sheriff will also obtain a photograph of you at the time of enrollment. After the date of initial enrollment, you are required to re-enroll.
He's looking
annually.
at life
You must
multiple
update and
times.
or amend any of the information described above that has changed and provide any additional information requested at the county sheriff's office
19 years
within
already.
10 days of the anniversary of the calendar date on which you were initially enrolled. If you change your residence address during the 10-year enrollment period, you shall provide written notice of that change to the sheriff with whom you most recently enrolled and to the sheriff in the county in which you intend to reside within 3 business days of the change of address. You are required to comply with all of the above described requirements for a period of 10 years unless your sentencing court determines otherwise. Failure to enroll or failure to verify residence at the specified times will result in criminal prosecution. And so that is the form. I will go ahead and sign that at this point, and we will have Mr. Madden sign that when we have completed our hearing. Anything else on that issue from the state?
I don't believe so, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything on behalf of the defendant?
Nothing, Judge. Thank you.
Okay. All right, then let's go ahead and discuss sentencing. First, I'd like to ask if the state of Ohio, if you believe any of these offenses are allied offenses of similar import.
The answer would be yes, Your Honor. I will, since the jury has found Mr. Madden guilty on all 4 counts, and I believe the court found him to be a repeat violent offender, which I think would be on all 4 counts. I would agree that counts 2, 3, and 4 would be allied offenses to count 1, and I'd ask that 2, 3, and 4 be merged into count 1.
Do you wish to be heard on that issue, Mr. Wilder?
No, I would agree with that, Mark.
All right. Then the court will merge counts 2, 3, and 4 into count 1, and we will proceed with sentencing on count 1. Okay. Is there any mitigation that you'd like to offer on behalf of your client at this time, Mr. Wilder?
Judge, anticipating Mr. Madden will file an appeal in this case, which I will do for him. I have nothing further to say. I would note that I believe the RVO specification and any sentence on that would be discretionary as opposed to mandatory, but nothing further.
All right. At this time, I would ask our information technology specialist to please unmute the video feed. And Mr. Madden, if there's anything that you'd like to say on your own behalf, you're welcome to say it at this time.
Well, I would like to say
something, Your Honor. I found it. I'm truly sorry to my family, to Michaela, Sherry, Ginger, Morgan, Megan, Maya, Megan, Maya, Morgan, and Jim, Alex, and Brandon, John, and all of her friends, Carlita, Christy, and Dawn, and I told Mr. Wilder that I'm responsible, that I'm committed this offense. And I told him how, and I told him what happened. I went into detail, and I told him what happened, and for some reason he chose to allow the state to perform an act of their and state that I tried to hide everything that I'd done, and
So now he didn't do it?
I never mentioned that one time that I didn't do it. I told these officers, these deputies, that I'd done it, and he knows that too. And for whatever reason, the mistake decided, he decided not to put up the exhibit number.
So he said he was sorry to his family, but he didn't do it, and it's his lawyer's fault because he didn't show that exhibit he wanted. So still, he's not. What an absolute idiot! And his daughter has to sit and listen to this BS.
That I requested. He never pulled up the phone records. He never went and asked for the. Have you ever seen a murder trial where there's never been the interview produced to be seen? Not even on TV and A&B movies, but I understand why. He had an agenda, and but at this point in time, I'm objecting to that. I accept the court's decision.
Sustained.
But it's if there's anyone out there that wants to get to the bottom of it, and you're able to come and really see, you see that that there's discrepancies here that aren't matching up, and there's so many that I can put you on the trail to, and the kibbles and bits are laying right on the floor. But when you're poor, this man I never saw for almost 4 months.
All right, Mr. Madden, I'm going to interrupt you. Okay, let's go ahead and mute it.
2 days before the time of the trial discussion. Now
Yes, because he claimed he never put on a defense for him. That's actually what he said, that he didn't do his job. So I think it was his own attorney who objected.
He says, hey, listen, I'm going to be able to prove through logs that I showed up.
Okay.
You don't have to mute it. I'll stop going into detail, but I'll tell you this.
I'm interested in hearing anything that you want to tell me as to why I should give you, how I should sentence you.
Well, I just want you to know this. To my family. All the years, if it had been pleased you to know that somebody is suffering, I don't presume to know the pain that you're going through. I don't presume to know the pain that you're going through, but and I don't understand it. But I can tell you, you don't know the pain that I'm going through, knowing that I'm the one that caused this tragedy. And if there's any solace, there's any silver lining in knowing that when I go to bed, it's on my mind. When I wake up in the morning, it's on my mind. When I think about SeaWorld in San Diego, I think about walking on the beach in Florida, the chalet in Gatlinburg in February. I think about all the years, all the meals that we've had together, the Christmases, the Thanksgivings, the summers. these feelings, these emotions are
All right. It appears the audio has been turned off at this time. Any objections to that, Mr. Wilder?
To the audio being.
Yes, sir.
No objection to that. I would, if I may.
You
because
may.
we can televise.
Yes, sir.
Without getting into specifics, obviously honoring the attorney-client privilege that I've held with Mr. Madden for 9 months, I can say that the specifics of the before, during, and after were never brought to my attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so at this time, if there are any victims' representatives that wish to address the court will hear those statements.
I believe Michaela Mann is the first one who's going to address the court. Would you like her at the podium? Would you like her at the witness stand?
The podium's fine since it's here.
I don't like this part about victim impact statement.
What would you like to tell me,
More
ma'am?
shouldn't be about how you
I
tell
would
it.
just like to speak about my mom. That's okay.
Sure.
Sorry, I'm a little shaky.
Yes, guilty on all counts.
You're fine.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Michaela Madden. I'm Rachelle Brewsaugh's daughter and our only child. I wanted to make this statement because I want you to know more about my mother, Rachelle Brewsaugh. She meant so much to our family and friends. Her death has created a huge hole in our lives from which we will never recover. Rachelle, my mother, was the youngest of 4 children. She was the baby of the family. But she wasn't just a sister and a daughter. She was also an aunt, a neighbor, a friend, a member of the community, and perhaps her most important role, a mother and grandmother. Sorry. As an only child, I had the benefits of all her love and attention. She always sought to have that everything I needed. She taught me to be respectful and to be well-mannered, to work hard and help others.
No, he said he was going to file his help him file appeal.
She dedicated her life to serve. She was a nurse, and I'm following in her footsteps and hoping to become a nurse. I mentioned that my mom was also a grandmother. I'll never forget how thrilled she was to have a granddaughter. My mom relished on every moment that she had with my daughter, Layla. After I had Layla, I noticed a change in her. My mom wanted to leave her life with Toby Madden in the past. She was focused on and excited for a better life filled with love for me and her granddaughter, Layla. This has been unimaginable for me and my family. But how can I tell you who my mom was? It's impossible to express in words who my mom was and the impact this had on our family. I will miss the big things. She loved animals, especially dogs, butterflies, and dolphins. She went out of her way to help everyone. She had no enemies. She was hilarious and smart. She had an infectious laugh. And she and I were so very close. We talked about everything. She's my best friend. The one thing that got in the way and we disagreed with was Toby Madden. He was a man that my mother set out to change. Sorry. He was the man who came in and out of our lives because all he did was take. All he did was take. He was never a loving partner for her, and he was not a good dad. I mentioned that my mom always focused on others. She took care of him through thick and thin. But Toby's only interest was to put us down, all of our accomplishments. But I have made a better impact on my life than he ever will. People ask me if I'm better or if time has healed me. I will never get over losing my mother. Her life should have never ended so tragically. My mom was a healthy 50-year-old woman. She was full of life. She was ready to move on to the next chapter in her life from Toby. A chapter full of things to do, places to go, and happiness. My life will go on. I will raise my daughter, and Toby Madden will fade into the past for me and my family. There are going to be days that Toby will wonder about us, but he will never know what is going on in our lives, and he will never get the chance to see his granddaughter grow old. Even though Toby Madden ended my sweet mother's life, she will always be with me. He's not going to end our lives, but his selfish, disgusting act of taking my mother's life will end his life as well. I know she's in heaven with God and her mother and father and sister and brother who have also passed, but I would give anything to talk to her one more time, to see her be silly and laugh with my daughter, Layla. But I know I will never, because Toby took that away from us. And I just want to say thank you to the court, thank you to the judge, thank you to the police officers, detectives, my family and friends for everything that you've done.
I'm very sorry for your loss, ma'am.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that wishes to address the court, Mr. Burrs? Ma'am, if you could tell me your name and your relationship to the victim, please.
Hi, my name is Ginger Halcomb. I'm niece of Rachelle Brewsaugh. Our rules have changed forever. And when I say our, I mean my Aunt Rachelle, our family, and her best friends. I know they say when you're a good Christian that you'll forgive what he did one day. But forgiveness or not, our family asks that Toby Madden gets life in prison without parole for brutally murdering our aunt. She has taken so much from us. He's a repetitive violent offender that has a track record to prove at the age of 52 that he has no chance of rehabilitation. Our local community itself is not safe with him unless he is behind bars the remainder of his life. Knowing that he doesn't have a chance to victimize our family anymore is the only way that we'll get time to process everything and start to heal. Over the course of 26 years, our family has been victims of so much violence because of his erratic, violent behavior. There are too many to even mention and not enough time to talk about. We have all been emotionally drained, having to wait 2 selfish years due to the delay tactics. The continual delays feel like it was his last selfish act to resort to torment our family further. Waking up every day to realize that your aunt is gone forever, that's not only like a second mother, but a best friend, is torture in itself. The nightmares continue to invade our lives as we try to hold each other together. We worry about what happens if he would get out. Do we have to relocate, change our names, or do we ever have to face this monster ever again? For my aunt to lose her life alone due to this vicious predator, life in prison is an easy choice to be given. At the end of the day, he still will have his life, even if it's behind bars. All I can ask of you is to please choose life in prison and to give him the maximum sentence of being a violent, repetitive offender so that our family is safe. Our family, the Halcomb family, the Brewsaugh family, we want to thank everyone that's been a part of this case from the beginning to the end to the jury. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. I do need to let you know that this statute does not give me the authority to impose a sentence of life without parole, but I will consider your comments when I make the decisions that I have the authority to make. And I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I don't believe this should be allowed because this is who can put on the best advertising for a sentencing. Law is the law, and it shouldn't be inflected by his arguments or their arguments. It should be only the jury found you guilty. This is your verdict, in my opinion.
Anything else from the state of Ohio, Mr. Burris or Mr. Hahn?
The only other thing I would like to say, I would like to thank the City of Hamilton Police Department for their work on this case. I know there's maybe 3 officers that testified, but there are many more that were part of this case. And justice would not have been served today without all their efforts. So thank you.
Very well. All right. Well, the court has considered the purposes and principles of sentencing in revised code section 292911 and the seriousness and recidivism factors in revised code section 292912, as well as the penalties that are statutory penalties that are associated with the offense and the specification. The court is also considering the record and the charge and the statements made at this hearing. And the court on count one is going to impose the mandatory sentence of an indefinite mandatory minimum term of 15 years in prison and a maximum term of life imprisonment in the Ohio Department of Rehabilitation and Correction. As to the repeat violent offender specification, the court is going to impose 10 years, and it will be consecutive to this sentence. The court is imposing the maximum of 10 years because this offense was quite frankly so gruesome, and the court finds that the defendant is a danger to the public, and the court relies on the Exhibit 251 and the offenses that Mr. Madden has previously been convicted of in support of those findings. The court is going to run this sentence in this case consecutive to the sentence in case number CR 22101423, and the court is running it consecutive because it believes that consecutive sentences are necessary to protect the public from future crime and to punish the offender. The court further finds that consecutive sentences are not disproportionate to the seriousness of the offender's conduct and to the danger that he poses to the public. And the court finds that the offender's history of criminal conduct demonstrates that consecutive sentences are necessary to protect the public from future crime by the offender. The court is also going to impose court costs as a part of the sentence, and the court will award 316 days of jail time credit. Are there any other findings that the state wishes for the court to make at this time?
So it's 15 years to life. The RVO is consecutive. I think that's by law, isn't that any sentence under RVO is consecutive by law? And what was Judge Stevens' case number?
That is a CR 22101423.
I don't believe there's anything else wrong.
Okay. Anything on behalf of the defendant?
Sure, Judge. I don't know if this is required or not. Should there be any advisement at all about PRC at all, given the sentence? May not. I was just making sure clear before we left.
My understanding that it does not, because of the indefinite nature of this sentence, the defendant would be subject to parole rather than post-release control. Does the state have any objection to the court's findings? Okay.
Nothing further.
And then the final thing that I would indicate that this defendant does have a right of appeal, and he has 30 days from the date that the conviction entry is filed to file that notice of appeal.
I will file that for him, understanding that he will have a new attorney on the.
Yes, sir.
Thank
All right.
you, Judge.
Well, again, I thank the council for their professionalism, and at this time we will recess on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, a week-long trial that should have been over on the first day. Mr. Toby Madden will serve at least 25 years to life plus 10 years. Not enough, in my opinion, for how bad it is, but it's the law in Ohio that 15 years is the mandatory minimum that can be imposed. I don't know if they removed the DP, but life without, shouldn't that be in cases like this where you stabulate someone 55 times? I could make an argument why I thought that would be okay. 15 years, that's even for Danish standards with this amount of psycho is absolutely ridiculous. But it's the law, and some politicians slept well that night when they made it the law that that's a 15-year to minimum before you can get parole. This guy won't repent. This guy won't change. This guy will, in my best estimation, never, ever get near a parole board. And if he does, he will never, ever be granted parole because they will have to look at all he done and the way he acted in prison. He used his time to beg for a lesser sentence to attack his lawyer. So I don't believe this guy will ever change. He used his last 10 minutes to cause his daughter more pain. a daughter who he ruined her life by being an absentee father, drug addict, harassing her mom, and in the end, unaliving her mom. And he spent the last 10 minutes he will ever talk to her twisting the knife. This waste of oxygen should never ever see the sun again. He's currently serving 19 years, and then he'll have 25 years if they run concurrent with his previous sentence. So he will never be out of prison again. He's 55 years old, I believe. So luckily, and let's pray that she will give her daughter a better life than he gave her. Because normally when I watch trials, we always sit here and get a little misty-eyed for some of the defendants, especially when we have had the cases we've had this year. But in this case, I'm not a big proponent of the DP, but I would like to fire the catapult with him on it into the sun myself. So, yeah, that's just me. No, I know it's a minimum, and I know that if he gets in front of a parole board, but I just don't think he should be able to have parole. Carly Gregg won't be able to get parole. You can talk about comparable crimes. She's 14 years old. She's never done anything before. He's a repeat offender. He will be up for parole. I know he won't get it, but still, on the face of it. Thank you, Rachel. So, yeah. I don't know if you ever, as an attorney, will celebrate a loss. He's doing his job. And yeah, we can find what he was saying was stupid and ridiculous and all of that, but he did what he's supposed to do because, again, he has an ethic obligation to do his best with the worst he can. That's why he didn't put on a defense. He couldn't ethically put him on the stand because he knew he would be lying up there. So, yeah. Didn't they also say it was consecutive? So 19 years, then the minimum 15 puts him around 85. They said these two was consecutive, so that's 25 years consecutive. I'm crying for the daughter. It's so hard to lose your mother. Yeah, that's never fun, but I think it's hard when she was the rock in your life and the guy who ruined your life was the one who took her away also. But he no 19 years. And as I understand it, yes, that will be put behind that as well. So at least 31 years. No, 34 years in total. No, I don't, because they will have he can't hold up under pressure. So he can't hold up under pressure. Thank you, Holly Mack. Everything's consecutive. So at least 34 years in prison. That'll put him at 89 years old. That'll mean with his health, he will never walk the streets of Hamilton, Ohio again, which is a good thing. I will be back at 2. I'm going to ship you all over to my afternoon stream. In an hour, I'll be back doing Sarah Boone because that's what I like to do. So please join me in about an hour when Sarah Boone is on. And now I can go make my dinner. And hopefully I'll see you all over there. Thank you for joining this week, all the new people we've seen. It's always nice to see new faces. Thank you, chat, for being so welcoming to them and entertaining them, even when it's been a little rough going or a little boring. And thank you, Jamie, for showing up today. It's always nice when you want to be here, even though you were with new daddy. Jamie didn't come back for verdict watch. She's sleeping again. But I'm going to make my dinner now. See you all in a bit.
What exhibit are you referring to? I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor.
All right.
100.
100.
Because it is 100%
100%.
correct.
Objection, Your Honor. So you literally built a cannon?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Go
All right, I'm in love.
back. Please do that again. Oh, that was the cutest thing I've ever seen.
While I'm waiting for this, did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't care.
You wouldn't have cared?
No,
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
no,
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
probably did.